Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in, Oshik. How are you doing? Yeah, how is it going, everyone? Gonna get started here in just a minute. Good epic. Start an Isaac run. Let's go. Awesome. Yeah, I haven't played that game in a while. I need to. Still not done with that. Oh, okay. It's cool. I got an R key. What is an R key? R key. Oh, it's like a keyboard. Time to start over. Oh, shoot. Turns Isaac to the beginning of the run in Chapter 1 with all of the things. Okay. So, R key is actually insane, huh? Because you can just restart with all of your stuff. Huh. Yeah, that is pretty insane. That's pretty wild. Only found in secret rooms? Yeah. I could see why. Crazy. Okay. Cool. Anyways, we're gonna be working on Starground, not Starground. Deadlift today. A little bit of Starground, probably. Just a couple bugs I need to fix with Starground that have been coming in. All thanks to Xanthal. So, I'll probably spend a little bit of time with that today, but mainly we're going to be working on the robot guy in Deadlift, which he's almost done. He's a pretty easy guy to add in, but that's fine. We'll work on other stuff. Alright, let's go to streaming view. So, apparently there is a bug where somehow Xanthal had received an achievement while only getting 2 of the infinite researches. So, we gotta figure that out. I think there's probably a reason for this. I see what happened. I know why that happened now. I just did my calculation wrong, so we gotta fix that. Because there's a if research data. Otherwise, if it's not found, set total level to 0. That was what the issue was. So let's go to process, run, check research achievements. And then in there, I want to print out what total level is. Also, I don't need to do any of this. Or no, I do. Should be fine. And if one of those is 0, we can just say break, because it doesn't matter what anything else is. So. Okay. So let's go test this now in a new world. Just to make sure that we fix the issue. Come on. Then yeah, I gotta show you guys what I've been doing in here. Oh, wrong project. That's Ruinfall. Haven't worked on that in a while. Okay. Oh, I said, I don't know why that was lined up to play. Okay. So I've been working on this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this funny goober. I was doing a lot of shader stuff. So I got a shader set up that works as an overlay shader for adding on like procedural foliage onto the surfaces. It works pretty well. Yeah, he's all yucky and mossy. The way it works is you just pop this overlay shader on top, and it works in a lot of ways to... Oops. Chinese! Hold on, let's turn off the music. So you pop it on. It works pretty similarly to how a regular standard shader works. You just throw on your albedo, your normal, and then this alpha I can control where like the visibility of it is, as you can see. Which actually I need to make that seamless. The music is playing again. Give me a second. Seamless. Boom. No, it's not stupid. Hold on. Also Chinese. Turn off the music. Stop opening 2 games. Okay. Back to what I was doing. Nope, wrong project. I have 5 things open right now. Okay. But yeah, you can control the areas where the overlay is visible with this alpha texture. So I can just modify this color ramp down in here and like choose, you know, like this. Is he completely covered? Or is he only semi-covered? So that's what that is. I also have it set up where the vertexes will be pushed away from the surface of the model. And we can control that amount by changing this parameter, which is layer offset. So you can see I can push out the layers. And this kind of just gives it sort of a little bit of depth. Normally at 0, it's just perfectly on top and there's no gap. But I can just push it up a little bit. And it just gives him a little more depth. I feel like it makes the leaves and whatever kind of look like it's not just pasted on. Like it has some thickness. We've also got specular in here. Roughness. We can mess with that. Make it shiny if we want. Normal scale, you know, just how extreme the normals are. But yeah, it's working. I did want to do like shell texturing, because that would have been cool, but I think the only realistic way that you can do shell texturing is having a bunch of shells. Which is not ideal. I'd have to duplicate his geometry and then keep adding more geometry, but that just seems a little excessive. It's not something I can just drag and drop. I'd have to like set it up for every single thing, which is too bad. So I'm kind of like, maybe not. It'd be different if it was like, I don't know, an entire world thing or something I can do procedurally, but I don't know if I can really do that here. But it's fine. Anyways, this guy walks around. I did animations for him, so check it. We go to the animation tree, and we can say transition request, right? Let's transition to walk. Look at that, he's walking. So he's just gonna wander the halls. He doesn't attack anybody. And then sometimes he runs out of power and falls down. And when he falls down like this, you're blocked from moving down that path. He becomes a permanent obstacle. Well, not permanent, semi-permanent. And then eventually, after a little while, he'll wake back up. I need to do an animation for that waking up stage, but then he just keeps walking along. So that's the whole idea. We're gonna do some stuff in his code. I need to go into like process, and I want to say his rotation.y is equal to his velocity vector. So velocity.z And then with both of those, we're going to say angle. So hopefully that works. And then also we're going to choose our state depending on all this stuff. So if velocity dot length is greater than 0, then we say if animation tree dot transition, I don't know how to actually do it. I need to grab current state. We might have to say get parameter or something. Hold on, let's see what the function is. Bobot. That's true, that's true. Let's see what it is. Anim player. That's the animation player. Animation root node. Nope. I thought we would need that. Oh, animation node tree blend. Is that the documentation we need to look at? Let's see. And then can we say get shit? Whoa! Thank you so much, Abra. Let's go. Round of applause, everybody, to Abra for the gifted subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's crazy. Thank you very much. It's epic. How's it going? Welcome in. We are currently messing with animation stuff on this guy. I did this before in this project. Let me see how I did it. Did I never do it? Oh, no, I must have. I must have checked what my velocity was. Come on, it's gotta be in here. Please. Here. Okay, so I literally just have to do that. That's fine. So we can just have a state on this guy. Then down here we run this. Ruins. Undertale. So I can actually get the keys of an enum. I'm just going to call it states. Idle. Walking. Ball. Those are the three. So if velocity length is greater than 0, we're going to say, and then we also need var current state is equal to states.idle. If it's greater than that, we say current state is equal to walking. So we know that he's moving around. Otherwise, our default state is equal to states.idle. And if he's falling down, then we do that. So we're going to have a variable called var power. There's 1 by default. Then at the end, if we say if power is less than or equal to 0, we say current state is equal to states.fall. Have I ever played Undertale? I did play Undertale with the multiplayer mod, but it was kind of a bad experience because there's a lot of bugs and it just kind of ruined everything for me. Not gonna lie. So, I don't know. One of these times I would like to try it again. But I feel like I'm so far behind, it's just like, I don't know. Is it even worth it to try and play it anymore? I don't know. But maybe one day. So current state. Okay, so this should work now. So idle, walking, fall. That should work. I think that's mainly everything. Let's increase the size of his navigation agent because I notice he keeps running into walls and stuff. Which I don't know if I can actually do that. Maximum distance agent is allowed away from the ideal path. Path height offset. Hey, RSS Red, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, man. How's it going? Yeah, what's going on? Welcome, man. How's everybody doing? What were you up to today on your stream? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Give me 1 second, everybody. Thank you. It doesn't taste very chocolatey. Okay. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. We are currently working on this robot guy. He's for the new game that we're working on, Deadlift. He wanders around occasionally. After wandering for a while, he runs out of power, which then activates fall over mode. This is gonna create like an obstacle in the maze. It'll make more sense in a minute. I'll show you guys what we're actually doing. But yeah, I'm just getting his like state set up right now. And I think we're pretty much good to go here. We have this power variable that kind of determines like how much energy he has left. So yeah, I think we should be good to go. I don't like though how sometimes he gets stuck on the corners of the walls, and I'll show you guys what I mean. I think it's because his collision shapes, they're set to 1 here. So he just ends up kind of colliding with the wall. I think I could make him 1, but he doesn't collide with the wall. Well, no, he has to collide with the geometry. So yeah, we'll have to figure that one out. It might be a little tricky, but anyways, let's load up the game and show you guys. Goes great, got a lot of deving done, worked on UI, nice, that's awesome. It's cool stuff. Yeah, we've been working on UI a little bit. This is super basic, stupid stuff, but we did add in the volume sliders. Let's go down into the maze. So yeah, I just have him set right now as the only entity that spawns, so we can test it. Hit the send button. Let's turn down the volume so I don't hurt you guys. It's cool, thank you very much. Yeah, this is gonna be a horror game. I guess I describe it as a horror roguelite with resource management elements. The whole idea is that you're gonna be, you know, managing how much food you have left, and do you bring this item or that item, blah blah, you know, you get the idea. We're gonna turn on our test light so I can see them. So this guy is freaking out. I don't know. This guy escaped somehow. I don't know what's going on. This guy's also freaking out. Why are they freaking out so much? Let's go back into the old robot. Oh, I think I might know why they're freaking out. I need to rotate this node, not their actual Y rotation. Because what happens when I rotate that one, it also rotates their vector of velocity. So they just like freak out. I don't know why this guy isn't animating then, because I said, let's see, length is greater than 0. You should be walking. Which should start this animation tree. And it should request the walk animation. But it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe just because everything was broken. Let's restart it and try again. What software are you using to make your game's graphics, textures, on-screen text? Yeah. I am using a bunch of different programs. For all the models and stuff, I'm using Blender. Because it's epic. For the textures, I'm using Filter Forge a lot. This is not a free program, but it's really nice. Basically, what it lets you do is kind of create procedural textures. There's all these different like procedural materials that people have made in the library, so you can just grab one and then, you know, tweak it and then save it as an image. So it's really convenient for stuff like this, for 3D stuff. So like, for example, if I want like some kind of stone texture, right? I just go in here, find what I want, like, I don't know, this guy. And they all like seamlessly tile and stuff like this. So it's really convenient. I just open it up in the program, select the material here, and there it is. So I can export it, I can choose what resolution and stuff, I can tweak all these different values, you know, the crack scale, whatever. I can modify it to my heart's content. Then yeah, I just export it. Usually these always have like normal maps and stuff like already configured and set up for me, which is very convenient. Same with bump maps and everything. So it's, yeah, it's a pretty nice program for doing for textures for 3D stuff. Bought it a while ago. I guess I did buy it quite a while ago. I bought it back in like 2020, I think. I didn't use it a whole lot back then, but now that I'm doing more 3D stuff, I realize it's actually like really useful. And then for sounds and stuff like that, I usually grab sounds from Freesound, which is a free sound website. Crazy. Yeah, I just find stuff on here. I always sort by CC0, so I can search like rock and then the Creative Commons 0, so I don't have to credit anybody. And there's a bunch of free assets here that anybody can use for free, so it's pretty nice. And then I load those up into DaVinci and edit them and tweak them. Pretty much everything in the game. I don't ever just grab things as they are, you know? I usually grab like a combination of things, or I mean, sometimes I create my own sound effects, but it can be kind of tricky to do that, so I don't always do that. Yeah, and then text, I just do fonts. I don't know why that doesn't seem to be setting his pelvis rotation. I am getting a billion errors. No such input walking. Ah. I need to rename that to walk. I wonder it's not working. I don't know why it's not changing his rotation, though. It's kind of odd. He should be doing this. Oh, I can't even change it, can I? Oh, it's because it's keyframed, isn't it? Okay, so I probably can't change that. I was changing his whole vertical rotation before, but that seems to cause issues. I'm just trying to think what I can do here instead. I do kind of need to change that, though. Just thinking how I want to do this. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And I'm Major Nerd. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I think what I need to do is actually change the way that the velocity is calculated in here. And actually use my rotation Y to handle it. Because otherwise it's just going to keep freaking out. So what I do here is I get local velocity to that. I need to say... I first need to rotate toward that and then just set my velocity to forward. That's probably what I should do here. Cheese time? Somebody redeems it, yeah. What do I do with velocity override? Oh, that's the charging that I do, okay. I would like to just rotate the Y on that one, though. And I guess I could also just rotate his static body collision shape. Because I could just set the rotation on this like that, so it points in the same direction as him. That'll probably work. So what I'm going to do then is... let's see here. Just thinking how I want to do this, because the thing in walk is that he has his rotation down here. It is being tracked, so I wonder if there's a way that I can just rotate a specific part of him instead of all of the rotation. Like, we do a 3D rotation, but that's just going to do all 3 axes. Well, that doesn't really work then. I don't know what I'm going to do for that. I could put it on a different node. That doesn't seem to be a good idea. Because, yeah, the issue is I just can't change... Because it's, like, linked to an animation, it does not let me change his Y. So I'm just trying to think, what am I going to do about that? I mean, I guess for this guy, I could just calculate his velocity differently. It's not like I want to do that, but... I could just override the velocity calculations here. Which I hate to do. Well, I could call super on this. Or actually call super after. And then, oh yeah, I could just set a velocity override. So that could work. So we'll do this. Target position is that. And that's 2 local. So we're going to say rotation y is equal to target position dot angle, I believe. And then velocity override is just going to be vector 2. Or vector 3. 0, 0, negative 1, so that he moves forward. Or I guess 1. And then we call super with delta. And I don't know if any of that's actually going to work. We're about to find out. Get rid of the ready stuff. I'm head out. It's nice to see what people are making. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. All right, let's give this a shot. See if he actually moves properly now. I do need to change the sound stuff eventually. I want the sounds to be more like how we did on Starground, where it's got like different sound clips that get randomized, I think. Okay, and I think we already crashed. No function angle. Yes. So I have to say, thank you for the cheese time. Vector 2 target position dot x, target position dot z dot angle. I really don't know why we can't do I don't know. It seems a little silly that we can't do a true angle on a true vector, but whatever. Just have to get through all the things. Holy crap. It's a vector 2 now. There we go. Alright, let's go check up on these guys. They're still freaking out a little bit. I really don't know why that's happening. I don't think it should change his velocity given his rotation. It's pretty weird. I'm gonna print out what physics process is. Or not physics process, target position. See if these are like wildly changing. The audio player doesn't pause when in cheese time? Oh, I guess it just fades out. Yeah, we could make it pause. Hatch just opened. Yeah, it seems like these values are freaking out, so I think it's because 2 local probably takes into account rotation. is my guess. So I'm just gonna say, yeah, what I'm actually gonna do is just this. Global position dot direction to that vector. Then we normalize that. And we'll give that a try. Looks better. They're all just stationary though. I don't know why. Is that normalized? It's already normalized, so we don't really need to call that anymore. Direction 2. We should be getting that. Like, these guys are pointing in the right direction, but they just aren't moving. I'm not sure why. Might just be because they have the wrong velocity vector. Okay, that's obviously wrong there. What should their velocity vector be? Because he's moving sideways. So it sounds like it's not on the Z. Maybe it should be the X. Oops. Oh. It's better. Let's watch this guy and see what happens. But you can see some of these guys are not rotating properly, so I don't think that's exactly the right velocity vector either. I don't think that's right. Maybe now that that's different, or rotation, maybe that's not affecting it anymore. Oh, that's probably the only reason why we were having issues. So now I bet we could just stop setting velocity override. And we're probably okay now. Let's just completely get rid of that function. Target position looks okay. Dot angle. They seem to be at the wrong angle, as you can see. So maybe it needs to be plus pi divided by 2. Let's see if that works. So now he's backwards. Well, you know what? Now that that's independent, right? Can't we just do this again? We can just say it's velocity.x. Because that's really the one that we need to use. I'm realizing. Well, then I should just change this in the parent and just fix everything. Because it sounds like that's what I need to do. So here, let's just say direction 2, that, and get rid of our normalized call. Let's see if that fixes him. So he's still sideways. So maybe he needs minus pi over 2? That seems to be proper. But whenever he gets stuck, he just starts freaking out, so that's one issue. And I think it's just because his velocity is like very small. So we have to set like a minimum. If velocity dot length is like greater than 0.1 or something, then we do it. Because otherwise he's going to be freaking out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. And let's do the same thing up here if it's greater than 0.1, just so that we don't get him freaking out. So of course now they all completely freeze again. That's epic. Let's restart the game again. So yeah, he's still getting completely stuck in the walls. Still need to fix that. Not sure how we're gonna fix it. It's a little tricky, because, like, I do want him to block the corridors. I don't know. Please work. Okay, he's going backwards. Are they all going backwards? Nope, only some of them, and it's because of that one bug. I don't know if it's a bug, but we need to set the velocity Z, I think, to be negative. So this guy's walking the correct way. And yeah, he's freaking out because he keeps running into the wall. But you can see his rotation did work properly. He was about to go that way until he got stuck. So there's got to be a way that we can fix that. I know that we could possibly do a different navigation region for larger guys like that. So we could go into the world scene, because we have settings on this one navigation map here. And this is whatever it is. We have an agent size defined here, which is 0.75. Normally that should be fine, but it's a graphic. Welcome in. Is this a new game? It is. We don't have a Steam page ready yet, but that's one of the big things I want to work on soon. That and starting the play testing. Just as soon as we have enough guys to show off and stuff, I think it's time. But yeah. As before, this is it's a horror roguelite. So you go into a facility and you have to survive as long as you can in your elevator. You have to eat and drink water at the end of each day, find items. You have these rovers that you use to navigate around and explore in a safer way. So those guys can pick up items and then bring it back to you and stuff. They also do have energy levels, so if they run out of energy, you have to go retrieve them yourself, which is extremely dangerous. Because there's spooky guys in the maze. But yeah. We're just working on a robot guy right now. This guy. And he's getting there, but still not complete. I have to set his static body dot rotation.y is equal to rotation.y. And let's see. This is fine for now. So yeah, we need to set one, I guess, a new navigation map that just has a larger margin. So we can do that. I can just duplicate this navigation region. And I can set this on a different layer, I believe. We can use the same mesh here. Actually, we're gonna have to make this one unique. So let's make unique. Now in our geometry and agents and stuff, we can increase this radius. So let's up his radius to 2. Or like really close to 2, and that should basically make just a thin strip in the center of the corridors. For people that are like, you know, the size of the corridor. And I could probably increase the radius of this one a little bit more too. The only thing with that though is sometimes then they can't get through the elevator. So that's something that we'll kind of have to tweak. But we could probably increase it to like 0.8. And I guess there is not a variable in here for agent radius, is there? No. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do then is get both of these connected up properly. Go to the method here. So this is only when one has been baked. We have to wait until both have been baked. So we have to say var count 0. And then we say bake count plus equals 1. If bake count is greater than or equal to 2, then we know that our both regions are done baking. So we just copy this code, call it navigation region big, bake navigation mesh. And now this one has a navigation layer of 2 instead of 1. So on this guy, I can change his navigation agent layer to 2. And I better start naming that now. So we're going to go search for 2D navigation layer names. One is 0.75 radius. Then this one is 1.9 radius. So almost the entire width of the elevator halls. Not elevator halls. Maze halls. So let's see what this looks like now. Hopefully this works. We'll see. It's funny that you can just like see the world out here. See it fade to black, then it all goes away. So we can probably see 2 different navigation regions now. And as you can see, the second one did not bake properly, which means that they just can't move. So that's too bad. Also, I realize I think we get next path position on this. I guess that's okay. It might be a little quirky. We'll see on that. So we need to decrease the radius just a smidge. And I wonder if there's a different way that we can bake those regions, because I notice it keeps wanting to do like a corner. Because we have like different partition types. Areas. Layer partitioning. We could give it a try doing like layer partitioning. And let's decrease the radius ever so slightly to like 0.8. Hopefully that'll do it. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this bakes now. And I don't want him to take shortcuts at the corners. It's inefficient. It's not inefficient. That actually is efficient. He's a robot. You shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff, man. Let's go to 3D view. Not good. Still didn't like connect the bake, which is too bad, as you can see. So I'm just thinking of how we're gonna fix this. I can just keep slowly decreasing the radius until it finally connects. So obviously 1.8 wasn't enough. Let's try 1.7 and then rebake. See if that works. And we'll just keep going until it does. Imagine 4 meters is going to be the smallest kind of corridor. So, should be okay. I wish they wouldn't cut the corners, because that's really kind of the only issue. I don't know if there's a way to stop it from cutting corners like that, because it is quite annoying. It causes the navigation map to be weird. So there we go. So now you can see it's got this little tiny thin strip in the center. So these guys should hopefully be navigating properly now. Let's see what happens when it gets to the corner. Because the whole idea is when he's in the hallway, you can't really get past him, right? Come on. Look at that. Beautiful. Nope, never mind. He got stuck. But I think it's because he's not reaching his target enough. I think it's target desired distance. Or we need to do path desired distance. His value set too high, then we will skip points in the path. Be stuck in a repath loop. Let's set that smaller. Hopefully 0.5 will fix that. Okay, this better work. Yeah, as soon as we get this working, then we can fix his rotations and animations and stuff. He's right now he just snaps instantly to his rotation. So we need to just make that a lerp so that he kind of smoothly goes to the rotation he needs to be at. And that should fix all those issues. So let's see what happens when he turns a corner, if he does. None of them turned a corner. Awesome. Also, one issue is if there's multiple of them, they're probably going to run into each other and get stuck, which is a problem. I think they're just going to collide right here and just boom. So that is something that we will need to fix. Also, this guy just decided to not move ever again, so that's cool. Yeah, it's tricky to make him both a collider and collide. It just like causes a lot of issues. I'm not sure how I'm gonna fix this. And I don't know why this guy's just literally just stopped. Like, what's his deal, you know? Is it because he reached his destination and just decided I'm done? Because maybe that's what happened. In that case, I need to connect on navigation agent 3D navigation finished. Which for some reason he didn't have it connected. So maybe that's part of the issue. I think if he ever just stops moving like that, then we just need to, you know, recalculate. Maybe that's actually what happened, because when he collided with that, that probably would have, like, put him into an error state. Possibly. We'll find out. This is the only guy that's going to collide like this, so... hopefully we can get this working. In a weird way, he's also going to kind of work like a sweep. Because he's going to push all the other entities. Maybe I need to change his collision stuff then. Because it seems like it's causing a lot of issues. Okay. Let's go take a look. Okay, this guy just turned a corner, and that was fine. He turned the corner okay. It's going to be really hard to see two of them collide again like that, because I imagine that's kind of a rare event. So I don't know when we're going to see that happen. Eventually they will. There's three all coming together right here, so let's see if any of these guys collide. Maybe it'll work. Okay, there's like four coming here. They gotta collide right here. And I don't know what's gonna happen when they collide. Ideally, it would just end their pathing, and they would find a new place to go. But okay, they're definitely gonna definitely gonna collide over here. Oh, right here. Boom. So nothing happens and they just get stuck. Boom. A third one. I don't know if this guy's going to try and pathfind into the elevator. Hopefully not. Okay. He was okay. But yeah, you can see they just all get stuck here, so... I think I'm just going to make it so they can phase through each other. Because otherwise we're just going to constantly be seeing this happening. Where they just walk into each other and then get stuck forever. Like this. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. They just slowly walk up and then that's it. They're done. But yeah, let's figure this out. So temporarily, let's just turn off their layer collision 1. So now you can see they can walk past each other and everything's great. But I do want these guys to block rovers from moving. Stuff like that. So I guess when they collapse, that's when they can be treated as a static obstacle. These guys remind me of the... Yeah, they do a lot, yeah. I totally know what you mean. I think they're somewhat based off of that. So now I want them to... Let's implement their power system. So we're going to say power minus equals 0.1 times delta. And what do we want their power level to be? I'll just do minus equals delta, and then power is the number of seconds that we have. So let's say 30 seconds. So whenever power reaches that, we start our current state fall, and then I want to like stop our navigation agent. I want to say... I don't know how I'm going to do that. And then we also need another thing in here, which is... Let's see if power is 0. I guess we'll just start a timer in here or something. Let's do this with... More power. I'm gonna get rid of this variable. We're gonna do this instead with a timer, I think. So let's add a timer. Start that timer every 30 seconds. Let's do every 40 seconds. Auto start. And then call this power down. Boom, connect here. So every 40 seconds this is gonna run. We're gonna say power empty is true. We'll say if not power empty. So this is fall. Power empty is true. And then in there we set another timer. We say get tree dot create timer, and that one goes for 10 seconds perhaps. And then we connect that to another function that says power empty is false. So hopefully that works. And then I also just want to stop his stuff if power empty. We completely stop his physics process. Or let's just say if power empty, return. And then I want to say velocity is equal to vector 3.0. So hopefully that works there. Alright. So we're going to try this out. Well, that should be good. We won't collide right now. We're going to redo the collision stuff. We're just going to add another layer that only the player can collide with. I think that's going to fix our issues. So. Hold on, hold on. Is this more Undertale? Probably. Got the flashlight. I can barely see it. Okay. Let's see if this works. So I forgot that I've had Starground open this whole time. We need to go take a look at that. And we're gonna fix that one bug. Okay, so this guy should shut down in 30 seconds. He should just fall over, and then we're good. Let's wait and see if that happens. So he's gonna fall over in 40 seconds. He'll stay down for 10 seconds, and then so the cycle repeats. So let's see if it works. He should be any second now. And they're probably all gonna go down at the exact same time. Oh yeah, there we go. So obviously we're gonna change that so that doesn't happen. Yeah, it looks good. When he's down, he just stops. He stays stationary, he becomes an obstacle, and then he's back up. Which that transition seemed like instant. That's probably not what I want. Let's watch again. This guy should be going down soon. Yeah, we need another animation for when he's like getting back up. I think there's a way that I can do that. I can set up our state machine stuff. So that he has to go through a different animation first to get to the one that we actually request. So let's see. Yeah, that was just instantly back up, which is a little odd. I don't know why it's like that. Because he should have to transition up. Because in here, when I've done it, in here I say fall, and he falls down. And when I go back to walking, he like does a little animation for getting back up. So I don't know why he just immediately just when he's done, or he just immediately gets back up. It's a little weird. What is reset? Auto advance. Fade time should be relatively set. So you should like go slow like that, and over to walking takes a whole second. I don't know. It's pretty jarring. Not sure why it's not working. Is it because he's just immediately changing his animation, like? Because he's going to fall, and then maybe technically he goes to idle and then walk. I think that's what's happening. And it's not like giving it time. It's like it's just immediately transitioning. Is it because of these reset variables? Let's try this. So it goes to fall, idle walk. Nope, so that's not it. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know what auto advance does. Fall. Idle walk. Oh, auto advance just makes it so it like goes to the next one immediately. That's not what we want. So turn off that. I know that we can do like a state machine here, like this. But I don't know what this really does here, honestly. Or how we could even modify this. Nested grouped. I don't know what that does. Does this give a... What can I do here? Multiple animation root nodes. Oh. I guess I can set it up with code, but that seems a little silly. Well, I guess what I would have to do then is add a... I can't even add it as a normal node. Because it's not a node, it's a resource. Alexa, fan on. Well, that's okay. We'll just do his animation, and then as soon as it's done, we request the other ones. So he has power empty, then var standing up, false. Then down here, instead of saying that's false, we just say standing up is true. And then in here we say standing up, current state is equal to states dot. I guess stand is his state. Okay. And then as soon as that one is done, there's probably a signal here for when it's complete. Animation finished. Let's connect that up. And if anim name is equal to stand, then we say power empty is false again. And you can continue moving. So we'll give that a try. So let's go ahead and make an animation really quick for him standing back up now. Let's just duplicate fall and call it stand. So he's gonna start down to the ground like this now. Those guys. We're gonna make it so he gets up. Let's go to his reset. Copy all those. Back to stand. Oh, don't do that. Let's do his rotation. Oh, that's his position. Whoops. His rotation, he goes back up to 0, and position, he goes back to 0 and 0. So that's what that looks like. Obviously a little stupid. He needs to use his arms to get up. So we'll just make it so as he's getting up, he pushes his arms at an angle. And unfortunately, there's some weird bug or something where I can't, like... I have to close the scene after you modify the thing. The animation player. It's a little annoying. God dang. So I realized I think we're in ad mode right now. My docs are all screwed up again. I don't know why it's always so broken. I wanted the, my ads tab is just gone. God dang it. Whatever. I don't know why it's broken. Okay, so now we can rotate his arms. So they start at 0 rotation. And somewhere in here, they're going to go to like 45, which is probably right around here. Yeah, it looks like it. So this is what it looks like. So he starts rotating his arms, so it looks like he's pushing himself up. That works pretty well. And let's make all of this eased to like 5. Let's do ease in out. Okay. Let's like let's see, figure out where this needs to start. So they move too fast. I guess this needs to be like changed. -1. Okay, that's to let's set it to -3. No. Let's just do ease in on this. That's almost there. Let's try 3. That seems to be pretty good. And then once he's up, let's copy these frames. We can hold and then copy his beginning frames. Set these ones to be ease in and out. And I kind of want him to wobble back just a little bit. So let's see. I need ease out in for this one. Or I guess actually that one. And then this one's going to be ease in. So let's see if this works. And then set his rotation. Oh, not that much. Like 5 degrees. Let's see. Nope. It's a little tricky to get looking, right? This one doesn't actually ease out. Let's do ease out. There we go. But then this one needs to be still moving at somewhat of a consistent pace at the end. So maybe we decrease the easing amount to 0.75. I'm not sure how we'd be able to do that. That looks stupid. It's definitely tricky to make animation look, you know. I guess we just delete that key and add that like this. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. So he goes up, he kind of tilts back a little bit, and then lands on his feet. So this one needs to be ease in out. Right? Yeah. Let's make him tilt a little bit more, maybe 10 degrees. That's pretty good. And the arms are okay. I wish they moved a little bit faster at the beginning. I mean, I can change this to 2. So now they do. And that looks fine, I guess. The good thing about making robots is that they're easier to animate because they're robotic. So that's cool. So yeah, I should do this animation. He stops for just a second as he gathers his bearings. So now, if I go back into the animation tree, we need to add a new animation to the transition called stand. Add an animation. Set it to stand. Boom. So I should be able to do idle. He's walking around. He falls down. Boom. And then he stands back up. And then goes back to walking. So that works pretty well. So we can do some more logic in here now too. when he falls over, I can enable his static body. So right here, we say power empty, and he starts the fall. I want to say that dot set collision layer value 1 to true, so that he actually acts as a physical collider. We should be good to go. And then as soon as the stand animation is finished, say standing up, state stand, starts the animation. All right, let's give it a try and see what happens. Hopefully there should be no instant transitioning now. Let's see. Come on. All right, they've spawned in. They're walking around. Still got to do their rotation tweening so that they don't do that. We're lerping, not tweening. That should be really easy. Ball. Yeah. He's about to. Come on, guy. I know you can do it. Fall down. He's fallen. Now he's gonna stay down for like 10 seconds. And then... Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on? What? What just happened? How did he get in the wall? What on earth? Okay, something's wrong. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know what happened. Yeah, all of them fall at the same time right now. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so what happened here? I have no idea what just happened. So we start the fall, we say power empty is true, we set our collision layer. It's probably because we didn't set that back to being false. So it just caused a bunch of issues. Because they started colliding with themselves and were basically prop flying. Let's try this again. Come on, Godot. It's 2 suns, dude. I'm like on Star Wars planet. Those will start doing their lerping. We'll do that in 1 second. I don't like how long that transition seems to be taking for loading the world. I'm probably going to start having to move the point where the maze loads to when you actually are asleep. Because it's a good transition time where we can pause the game for a second while the screen's black. Generate the maze. And then you would never notice any load times. So, I'll probably change it to work that way. Boom. He falls down. Now what? He gets up. And he's not walking for some reason. It's because I forgot to set standing up to false. But I think that's it, and then hopefully this guy works now. We gotta wait for him to fall again. Oh, I think he did fall, but it's broken because I forgot to set the variable, so... Okay, really quick, let's do the lerping on his rotation. Inside of this, we're gonna say rotation.y is equal to lerp rotation.y to this angle, and say I don't know, 1 times delta for now. What do you mean it's not declared? Oh. All right. Let's try this again. And then the final thing for this guy is making it just so that he, you know, whatever. Does his falling at random times. That should be it. I'm not really worried about these guys colliding with each other and stuff, because the truth is, most of the time, there's probably not going to be that many in one given maze, you know? It's not like there's going to be 10 of them walking around, so I doubt that's actually going to really happen very often, but... Alright, let's watch this guy. He's the chosen one. And he should now be lerping his rotation as well, so we're going to try and catch that in action when he gets over to this corner. Come on, buddy, you can make it. Don't fall asleep. Also, I'm going to go on foot and check his collision stuff, too, so we'll be doing that. Come on, man. You can do it. He didn't make it. Now we wait. Oh, he's up. And there he goes, he's walking again. Alright, so that works pretty well. Let's go ahead and try and find one of them now for real. They're going to be a lot bigger than they seem because we were viewing them from far away. Alright, so as they are right now, you're able to walk through them. But as soon as they fall down, they should enable that static collider. And now you can see I cannot move past him. So he does act as a solid obstacle that I can't get around. So I have to wait for him to get up, then I can squeak by. So I think that should work. I did want to make it so you had to crouch under him like this to get past him, because I think it's kind of epic. But it's weird to set up the collisions like that, though. We just run into that issue where he keeps colliding with the other robots. Also, that rotation looked pretty good with the lerping, so I think that's good enough. But, I don't know, I think it's okay. Oh. This did not work, apparently. I'm still able to walk through them. So, I don't know why that happened. It should have... Power empty. Yeah, it should have been okay. Weird. It should be rotated, because it's right here I'm setting the rotation equal to our Y rotation. So yeah, that's pretty odd. Oh, it's here though. Ooh. It's a little strange. Why would it be there? Oh, blood just did double take. Sir? I think we had to fix his rotation. I realized that the way I'm doing lerping of the rotation does not work. I've ran into this a million times. I know, I don't think it is rotated. Let's, yeah, we have to do lerp angle. I think I can just do that, yeah. And that is from, to, and wait. That works pretty well. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm back. Alright, so LARP angle should fix that issue. Yeah, I don't think a static body is rotating, which is strange, because it should be. I'm setting in here, static body rotation should just be equal to his rotation. So we're going to go ahead and run this with visible collision shapes, and we can turn off the navigation shapes. And I just want to watch and see what's going on with these colliders. It's a little odd. Maybe it's like the position is not being set properly or something. I got no idea. The sun. Monitor. Homunculus. Alright, let's go ahead and watch, see what's going on with these funny guys. So, his collision shape is behind him for some reason, which obviously is wrong. I want to see what happens when he turns the corner, see if it like does some wacky rotation stuff. What on God's green earth would just happened? I don't know why it's rotating twice the rate as him. That seems a little strange. How does that even happen? I'm literally just saying equal rotation Y, so it should always be the exact same rotation as him. Oh, it's because... Right. I just should get rid of that line altogether. I forgot, because I'm changing his base rotation. That's, yeah, it's rotating twice, no wonder. Okay. I think it should be okay now. Let's go make sure. Yeah, I do wonder what happens if he gets squished. I don't know if you get stuck. I think you'll probably just be pushed out by the physics engine, but I'm not actually sure. So maybe we should go test it out. Go find a guy and purposely stand in his way so that we can get smushed. Alright. I think I see one over there. Yeah. Luckily they're pretty slow, so it's easy to catch up. So yeah, let's see what happens if I get crushed. I have no idea what'll happen. Ideally, it would just push me out. I mean, if I get stuck, it's not a big deal. It's kind of your own fault if you're standing in front of them. Yeah, maybe we just kill you if you stand in front of them. Oh, yeah, it just kind of pushed me out of the area. So that's fine. Let me through. But yeah, we could say if that static body collides with the player, we just instantly kill them. I don't know. That feels maybe a little unfair though, you know? I'm not sure. I mean, it does make him kind of scary though, in a way. Because it's like, he's extremely deadly, not because he wants to kill you, but just because he's a big heavy machine. So I feel like that's kind of a little bit scary in and of itself, you know what I mean? Where it's like, he's a passive guy, but if you push your luck, then it's actually very dangerous. I'm just thinking how I want to do that though, like the kill area, because I can't do... I mean, I could... I'm gonna have to then delay when the static body gets applied, you know? Which is fine. I could set that to be only once he's actually fallen down. Yeah. And that same frame then will also do the kill. Kill volume at midway, yeah, I think somewhere around there would probably be good. Okay, so let's do... If we just ended the fall animation, go ahead and set the static body. Okay. The hatch is open, the hatch is open. Yeah, now we can go ahead and do kill volume. So let's just do an area 3D. And I'll be a little bit generous with this area so it's not like super bad. Like, this is the area he falls. Here, let's just go ahead and set his animation to fall. So I can figure it out. Like, you're not really going to get crushed by his legs, so I don't think it's fair to kill you for that. So let's, only do, like, his actual body. So, like, everything over here. And I don't think his head would kill you either. It's really just this big hunk of metal in the center. That's the deadly part. So something like that. Make it taller. Right there. Call that kill area. So now we can run... Let's see, how do we want to do this? We can actually call a function from inside the animation player called function check kill. And inside here, we'll force an update of our area. Dot update. Force update transform, is that what we want? No. I guess it doesn't matter. It's not like this will always be active, so it should be okay. Set it to mask 2. Then we say if body is player, we say body dot take damage like 2, or let's set it really high severity and do like 3 injuries. So theoretically, maybe it would be possible to survive, but odds are you're not going to survive. Yeah, it doesn't have to be an immediate kill. It could just be like, you know, really devastating, you know. Okay, so that's gonna do that. I think that's pretty much everything. Now we just go into here for the fall, the great fall. We do call method track. And I love that I have to close the UI every time. I don't know why. Okay, it looks like I can do it that way, so that sounds bad. We run check kill, and we're gonna run that. Let's figure out what the right point is to run that. I'd say it's right about there. If you're under him at this point, you're gonna die. So let's just say round to 0.8 right here. And then, you know, yeah. Ooh. Oh, it's just because it actually ran the function. Okay. So yeah, that should've work then. Let's go ahead and try it out. I need to add some effects for when the player gets hurt. Because right now, nothing really, like... You do get hurt and you see the effects and stuff get applied, but there's no, like, sounds or particles or anything to indicate that you got hurt. I need, like, some, like, blood splatter on the screen or something. Whoa, lag city. I think sometimes doing visible collision shapes and stuff is actually very bad for performance. I've noticed that before. It's just because it has to render in so many shapes, I think. Let's go try this out. Who shall we get crushed by? Where'd everybody go? There's a guy. So you can see his kill area moving around. And then if I go stand in front of him. Hello, sir. And if he falls down, I should be in his area. Yeah, so that works pretty well. That just instantly killed me. So do not get crushed by the big robot. It's bad for you. See, how did that kill me? That killed me with her vitality multiplier. Oh yeah, 0.6, 0.6, 0.5. That's like instant death. Crushed by Ancient Automaton, yeah. Since that does actually kill you now, I kind of want to make the animation longer so that you have a little bit more time to react. So if he just suddenly stops moving, you kind of could be like, uh-oh. You know, time to get out of the way. Because I think it would be a little unfair if you just kind of instantly died without like sort of any warning. This way you kind of have a second of like, uh-oh. Yeah, energy low warning. This should help now. I feel like that also just looks more realistic, the slow fall. I think before he was falling maybe a little bit too fast. I'm also going to change the easing on this, though. I am going to up the easing to maybe 6. Yeah, like flashing eyes could be cool. That works pretty well. He's playing the main menu music, oh god. Okay. Yeah, we could just have like a when they're out of power or something. Power out. And we're gonna need some more sounds too for this, like when he actually falls down and stuff. Fall. World sound effect. World sound effect. And that should basically almost be the same sound as the hatch closing. Because it's just gonna be a big metal bang like this. And that's gonna play like right here. So we can actually just do all these sounds by calling... I think there's an audio playback track. So we can say fall. We have to get out of it and go back in. Epic. How do I do it again? It's like I gotta like click off. Oh, you just have to click on the node again. Okay. Very weird. So we can insert a key and go ahead and say fall. Load, hatch, close. I don't know why all of these... Okay, we're fine. Then does that just play it? Audio clips. That's not what I wanted to modify. Is that just changing which audio stream is active? I guess so. Well, let's not do that one then. I guess instead I'm just going to do a method and then say play fall. Does that let you do like audio transitions and stuff? Because that's kind of gnarly if that's the case. Gnarly in a good way. Then we just need to figure out where we need to position this sound. Let's try right here. I can't hear it though. How am I supposed to test it if I can't hear the sounds? That sucks. Well, we can calculate where it should bang. So after 0.32 seconds, that's where the actual hit starts. So we could say, what's the total length of the clip? 192, so 1.92 minus 0.32. Yo, welcome in, Dragon. How's it going? It's been a while. Thank you so much for the raid. What are we up to today? So let's see. If this starts at 2 seconds, then we should just do 2 minus 0.32. Yo, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. So we're going to put this sound player at 1.68. Right here. Let's just do that to round it. All right. Basically right at check kill, actually. Just funny. All right. Let's try this out. Can't disagree with these more. I appreciate it. We're streaming some Dark Souls 3 and Minecraft with crowd control. Oh, let's go. Nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I played Minecraft. I'm kind of just waiting for Hightail, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I think, I mean, mod stuff can be fun sometimes, but I've gotten pretty tired of vanilla, honestly. I don't know. All the new stuff they're adding is kind of... It's fine. I mean, none of the stuff they ever add I, like, think is a bad idea. But it's just the fact that that's all we get. Like, I guess the spear thing is cool and all, but it's not really, that doesn't really give me a lot of new things to do in the game. So, I don't know. I hate when playing a game, it feels like a chore to have fun. Like, I have to, like, work so hard to find things to do. I'd rather just, like, whatever, you know, not even play. Come on, do your sound, buddy. Oh god, there's 2 of them. Oh god, there's 3 of them. Oh, here he goes. Yeah, that works okay. And then I think with the power out sound and stuff and give him footsteps, it'll probably be okay. Yeah, I just had a running series of trying to beat the game while getting in control constantly. No, that could be cool though, yeah. Stuff like that, I think it's fun. Just ways to switch it up, you know. Also, since I'm not doing the walking thing anymore with him, well, I'll leave his collision shape as it is, but... Alright, so now we just need to make a little sound for when the power is out. So we'll open up FL Studio and just do like a little... or something, I don't know. What's a power out sound? We'll figure it out. They need to do a farming overhaul. I think there's a lot of things that need overhauled, to be honest. I think one of the biggest gripes I have with Minecraft is that there's not really, like, the combat stuff and the exploration side of it kind of sucks compared to some of the mods I've played before. Like, that severely needs more content to go through. There needs to be a new... I really think Minecraft should add a new dimension. I think that would solve a lot of issues. Like a very late game end, like, not necessarily an overhaul of the end dimension or anything. I think just a new dimension that you can go to after defeating the Ender Dragon. My gripe really is just the late game. There's nothing to do. So, yeah, I think that would help a lot. I know it's easier said than done to add in a whole dimension, but, you know, they are working on the biggest game ever created, so I feel like, you know, they could get it done if they really wanted to. It feels like they're just coasting right now and not actually, like, trying very hard to make the game cool. I think they're just sort of passive, raking in the money. I don't know. It's disappointing because I know that they can do better. But, whatever. I may stream the Starground demo at some point. Let's go. Yeah, the demo's pretty out of date. I do need to update it. But definitely let me know when you do that, though. That'd be cool. A new dimension, mobs, loot, crops. Yeah, it just needs, like... I feel like the stuff they have in the game is fine. I think this is also one of the reasons why they're struggling, because they've made a complete game, and now they're trying to add more content without ruining their core gameplay loop. And it's just not working. Because if they want to actually add meaningful features, it has to be completely like, it has to add gameplay. So I think the way to do it is to keep the stuff that's in the game right now as it is the same, and just add on top. You just need more. Like, I want to be able to go to the new dimension and maybe bring things back to the overworld that are neat and cool, you know? I don't know. I think it's just, there needs to be more challenge, more objectives for people to complete. It's just always so hard. Is like, I'm sure none of these issues apply to new players of Minecraft, because I think if you're brand new to Minecraft, there's so much to explore and do. But for somebody that's done literally everything that you can do in Minecraft, I think, like, I need actual different gameplay mechanics, something to, I don't want to have to constantly work so hard to create my own challenges. Like, sometimes I want a game to actually be engaging. It's crazy, I know, but yeah. It must be, yeah, so still for these people doing long hardcore runs. That's got to be so boring. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just frustrating. I'm always yapping about how much Minecraft sucks, but it's just because it's like, I know that they can do way better. But just listening to random sounds here. Thunk. Could I don't know how I can do the text to wavetable. Like, is there a text box that I can put in here? Like advanced. I don't know how to do it. There's got to be a way to do it though. But I don't know how to change the text.
Text to wavetable.
Because it just does that. So it's okay. What's the robot's name? I don't really know. I don't think he has like a name. He's just called Old Robot in the files, but let's see, I need like, that's crazy. Super nice pluck. String section. That's a funny sound. Special glitch thing. Too crazy. Snow crash. Smoker's lounge. I mean, something like that would be fine, but these are maybe a little too... That one's scary. That'd be a good drone sound just to... in the distance, you know? Solomon. Phaser Man. I don't know, these are probably too advanced for a little robot sound. Honk wub. Float chords. Apparently I've started before. Feeder. Whoa. DIY. Majestic lead. I mean, that would be fine. Like that. We can make that one work. Let's go into the key roll. I need to make it sound dissonant. What's a tritone again? It's like... Yo, thank you for the bits. 1,000 bits. Crazy. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, it's not playing two at the same time. I have to enable that, I think. Polyphony. Where is the polyphony? Is it advanced? Somewhere in here. So let's turn off the reverb and delay. So it just sounds like that. Oh, I think it did do both. This is hard to tell. Oh, here we go. This is where I can do the polyphony. Where is it? Polyphony, boom, 74. There we go. I think that's a tritone, isn't it? I don't remember. It's too, like, far apart. So let's do that. Good enough. Export, wave. Go put it into the thing. Jeez, thank you for all the bits. I very much appreciate it. Guys have a nice night. Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in. Very much appreciated. Let's call this power low. Leave remainder, pattern, should be all good. All right. Now let's put it in. So glad I ended my stream when I did. I had 2 minutes to do my Duolingo. Oh, yeah. Man, I haven't messed with Duolingo in a long time. Power lower. Is that what I called it? Okay, my bad. Let's rename that to power low. All right, so I'm just gonna run that sound immediately as soon as he starts to die. So right here, power out dot play. Then he needs footsteps and stuff. So let's add in another audio player for his footsteps. And I want these to be big, heavy footsteps. We do have some footsteps in here, but that's more meant for like Aries. Those ones are pretty bony. Because he's a bone guy, so I don't think those work. Those are player footsteps. I think we're gonna need a new footstep sound. Metal footstep. I want it to be big and heavy. That sounds stupid. Stupid. Really, I just need a metal thud. Metal thud. Okay, that's just terrible. I mean, that one's cool, but it's pretty low quality. I don't know. What about this one? Nope. Not that one. That one's actually not bad. It's maybe a little too... Oh my goodness. I kind of like that one a little bit. I think if I layer these two sounds on top, it would probably work out. So let's get those. They both Creative Commons 0, so shouldn't have any legal issues. How do I change the leaderboards to old time? I don't know. I don't know if I don't remember changing that, but it's probably just a setting somewhere inside of Twitch, I guess. If I did at some point. Let's see, metal and metal. I could take a quick look though. It's probably like, I don't really know where that would be. Settings, stream. What is this, auto clips? That would be crazy. Join the waitlist. Channel. It's not there. I don't know where that would be. Maybe it's in here? Those are channel points. Monetization. Maybe community. Yeah, I have no idea where it is. I'd have to look it up. So I don't remember ever changing that setting, to be honest. So let's see. Let's put that up. Give it a frame of fade. Oops, what did I just do? And I don't need a lot of reverb on this because by default, the world sound effect channel has built-in reverb, so. Yeah, I do need that other sound layered. So this is okay, but it's a little, it's like too high-pitched. Or like with the EQing. There's not enough bass in it. So let's open up a Fairlight EQ on this. Let's do this one. I wish it would show like the visuals of it, because it's really hard to not see the visuals, but that's much better already. I'm going to drop the very end of it over there, then raise this one up. Band 3. I want like those deep, like 100 hertz. That's better. Drop the very high end too. Maybe even a little deeper. I think that's better. Now if we mute this. I think this will work. Let's mark it. Go to export. Robot footstep. And we'll obviously do some randomization in engine. Let's run that. Should be, oops, I didn't actually export it yet. Render it. I have to rerun the script. Stupid that I have to run this script, but DaVinci, when you export a wave, is not compatible with Godot for some reason. It's like the wrong format. It's a little frustrating because I constantly have to run this script that I made to... I use like FFmpeg to reconvert it. It's dumb that I have to do that, but it is what it is. So in the monetization tab for some reason? Oh, okay. I guess that technically makes sense, but yeah. Alright, footstep. Let's go get a robot footstep. Now he goes boom. Set it to world SFX. Let's also, let's see. I want to load a stream randomizer in here instead. Add a stream. Then random pitch. Let's do 1.2. Let's go 1.2. Anyways, I've got strains, 12 a.m. now. I'm sleepy. Yeah. Go grab some food. Get some rest. Thanks for coming in. I do appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Alright, so now we're going to go into the walk animation and just add in a couple sound calls for whenever he takes a step. Should be really easy. Let's do call method or footstep. I'll go back in. So where does he take his steps? So really like right at 1 second. Let's say play. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. So he takes a step there, boom. Then boom right there. I think those are the 2 steps. Let's do play. Alright. Now we're going to try all this out. Finally. Connect it all together. Let's see how this guy is. Leave the collision shapes on for now so I can see where he is. Make the screen big. Man, it's getting really laggy. I wonder if I'm running out of RAM. Sometimes that happens. I do have a lot of scenes and scripts and stuff open, so... You can already hear him walking around. Then let's try the falling. I think he moves a little bit too fast for his animation, so I'm going to lower his speed. Oh. Works pretty well. I just fell through the world. Okay. So let's lower his speed a little bit. I'm thinking 0.7. Probably. And I feel like possibly his sounds are maybe like at the wrong positions. Oh, it's tricky. I guess like as soon as it starts going down is like when I should do it. It's like boom right there. And then over here is like boom right there. I think. I need to make sure they're separated at the same distance. So this one's at 3. No, it's not. It's offset just a little bit. It's at 3.066, and then this one's at 1. Oh, well, that's just a mistake then. Let's go to 3. Move it to the proper position. So what is this one set to? This is at 1, and then this one's at 0.6. So this one's at 2 or 3, so it should be at 2.6. Right over here. Boom. Alrighty. Also noticed something interesting. It seems like I can snap or change the FPS down here. So I wonder what that would look like if I purposely gave him like 12 FPS. Seems like it's just interpolating anyways, though. I guess that's probably just for the animation snapping. So. But it would be cool if I could, like, make him low FPS. I don't know how I would do that. If there's any way to do that. I could, like, change his, like, process mode or something. I don't know. There's speed scale. That's not what I want. I'll have to look that up and see if there's a way to actually do that. I think those footsteps are probably good. All right, let's load this up again and just watch them. And I think his footstep distance is maybe a little bit too high. So I want to decrease his unit size to 5. And that should decrease the area around which his footsteps can be heard. And really quick, just so the game stops lagging, let's turn off visible collision shapes. I'm going to close the other tabs. We're going to close the other scripts. I think we've got like, I think this is lagging our stuff right now. And I need to close some of these other Godot tabs. Let's close that one at least. Don't need FL open anymore. No, don't save. And that's a little bit better. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, that's way better. Let's go talk to this guy. Well, we're not gonna talk to him, but, you know, observe him. Lag. Okay. I do wonder why it's so slow when I load in. It might have to do with like texture stuff for this guy. I'm not really sure. Because the other entities seem to be pretty like fast or instantiate really quickly. But this guy does not. I hear footsteps. Where'd he go? Oh, there's gotta be one over here. There he is. So that's him when he falls out of runs out of energy. He gets back up. I think those footstep positions seem to be good. And the speed looks pretty good. You can see like there's a moment where his foot kind of like, it looks like it's not moving, which is exactly what you want with a walk cycle. Like right there, you see when it gets planted, it sort of stops moving. So yeah, this actually works pretty well. But then don't stand underneath him or you die. All right. I think he's basically done then. There's not really anything else that we need to do. The only other thing is rovers. I think we'll still be able to pass through him. So there is one thing that I wanted to do, which was that... Oh, rover. On the rover scene, I just want to add a ray cast that points in front of the rover so that we can actually make sure that the next position we're going to is free. So it should be pretty easy. We just attach it to the rover. And I think we're changing all the rotation here, so... Now set target position to -8. And now all this is going to do is just kind of like, you know, run a ray cast through, make sure that we can actually move forward. Because if there's a robot in the way, I don't want the rover to be able to pass him. So now we're going to go into... what is it? Not process. It's where we are about to move right here. So in move rover, I'm just going to do... We're going to disable this raycast until we actually move. And we're going to say force raycast update. And... dot... get collider. Then we return and don't move. Or we return 0, whatever. So that's just a really easy fix to that now. If there's a wall or something in front of the rover that's blocking it for whatever reason, the rover will be like, hey man, I can't go over there. Alright. So we're gaming. New robot guy's done. And with each new guy, the world gets a little bit more alive. We're baking the big navigation region. Yeah, it is a little unfortunate that there is that stutter. I do have a feeling it might just be because of his textures and stuff, possibly. Hopefully on export that doesn't matter, because when you export the game, it pre-bakes textures like that. So. All right, so back into world, I want everybody to spawn again, because I just want to see what it's like when we have a full list of entities. Now that we have all the guys moving around. We still need to put in sounds for the little gremlins, the kobolds. I kind of forgot those guys existed. And then we also need the hollow. So we've got 4 entities now. Well, technically 5 if you count the hatchman or the doorman. But yeah. So yeah, maybe we give the kobold some sounds. I do want to work on that actually a little bit. I don't like how there's no way to get your item back once they pick it up. It's just stuck forever. So I want to make it if you like interact with them or something, if you press E on them, it lets you like take the item back. So I'm just going to create a static body on here. And it's going to be on layer 3. I guess technically we'll just do a slot. And I'm going to have a new thing on here, which is export var can insert, right? By default is true. And this right here, if current item, and I want to say and can insert. And then here we say if current item. So this is taking the item back, which is exactly what we want there, so that one's fine. And then we're just going to say in process, go ahead and say item slot. Don't. Actually, it's already attached, so we don't have to do that. I always forget. And then we're just going to hang this item slot above him. We'll figure out exactly where that needs to be. But so when he picks up an item now, we're not just going to say target item pickup. I mean, we will. But I want to say specifically item slot dot. What is it? Add item something. Hold item. And it's going to be the target item. So does that already call pickup on the item? Yes, it does. So we don't need to run anything else in there then. I'm just going to get rid of all that. Instead of checking now for held item, we're going to say var slot. So get rid of that. Is type of item slot, which is equal to item slot. We'll say at on ready. And now we're going to use that. So auto animation is equal to item slot dot current item. And we're basically just going to replace everything with that. And that's basically it. Make sure that this is on collision layer 3, which it already is. And then set can insert to false. So we're not able to, the player isn't able to put an item in there, but you're able to take it back out. So just to test this now, I want to just run up a world with just kobolds and see if we can grab them. So if a kobold takes an item, I mean, it's not going to be easy to get it back because you have to go chase them, but it is possible. Also, really quick, I like how I changed the unit size on the robot, and I also want to do that for Ares. And I realize now we don't set volume dB. We want to set maximum volume to -5. I don't think I set collision. I set it to that for some reason. Set that one to -5. I usually like setting volume just a little bit lower because, I don't know, I don't want to break people's ears. So you can see I can get up to him and pick up the item, take it back. And it looks like the positioning is mostly good. This funny guy. But yeah, that's good. I don't want kobolds to be like a permanent, you know, if they take an item, it's gone forever. It should just be, you know, they take it for a minute. I think it'd be funny if the kobolds... I want to add in some new sounds and stuff now to all this stuff. One thing I kind of want to do is, in Starground, I have a system set up for ambient sounds, right? And I think that kind of same thing would be nice for Deadlift as well, just to add a lot more ambience to everything. So let's actually do that. And really quick, while we're here in Starground, let's also test that bug that I've been meaning to do for 2 hours. I just wanted to see what gets printed out in here now. We're printing the maximum level stuff, so we're going to... I guess, yeah, we can enable cheats. And then say research. And like we can see all the different infinite researches. Thumper speed. Oops, research. Thumper speed. Boom. So we just completed 1 level. It seems like it didn't actually do anything. Is it because I don't have the prerequisites? Maybe. Let's just research all. And now let's research thumper speed. It's not letting me research it. That's odd. Maybe I broke something. Huh. Because that should be incrementing the level, but it's just not. It's really strange. What if I cancel it? So it does start the research, but it doesn't actually do anything. Let's go figure out what's happening. I should have a function that's like research. Instant research or something. Check research. Blah, blah, blah. Process research. That's a different thing. Here, let's just go look at the command. So I'm going to be calling set research, which runs this stuff. Oh, I might have just broken it. Well, that should be fine, because I don't know if that's set to true. So we got an ad going on, my apologies. Okay, so right here, if it's infinite, then we just say new level is that level plus level offset. Oh, but that's only if complete. So do I want to pass that in? Oh, don't I have to specify the number of levels or something for those? What is going on here? Yeah, it should be working. Then I set it to a specific level. Very strange, though. Oh, it did actually increase the... Okay. Never mind, I guess it is working. But it's weird that without specifying that number, it doesn't do anything. That's kind of a problem. And it is increasing the level, or like the amount of resources I need. Let's go look at that. So here I say, wise do set research. So when I don't specify the level, it's 0 by default. So what do we say? We say new level is that plus level offset. I don't know why I have that set to 0 by default, because it should be 1. So now if I call that, you can see it increases by 1 level. I mean, that's what should be happening. If I call like a different research, /research decorations. That does work. And then what if I do /research mover speed? Ads are over, guys. Sorry about that. That also seems to be working. Weird. I need to actually print out what new level is. Let's do that. Because I want to make sure I'm not increasing move speed up infinitely right now. Weird. It just says 1. I don't know why. So why does it do that? So gamers, we'll go back to Deadlift in a minute. I just want to fix this really quick. So new level by default is 0. Oh, is that the issue? So if it's infinite, if it's tiered, I say get level plus that. Oh, okay, so I do cap it to the maximum level that it can be right there. So I think we're okay. I mean, yeah, it seems to be working just fine. Need to update oh yeah, I forgot about that. We can do that. I'll update that with the next patch, since there are a few bugs I want to fix here. Then if I do the same thing but with pressure pump limit. That went up to 4. That's not supposed to happen that way. Something's weird, man. Let's make a new save. And I don't like how I can't set, like... It doesn't give me the notification that the infinite research is actually done. I think it's because I'm not doing this right here. I'm not pushing back the progress. So research reference dot input, I say input array, progress, amount times multiplier. So doing that, that should make it so it actually does fulfill the item prerequisites. Let's try it. Yeah, cheats are disabled. Okay, so that does that. But you can see it's going up by a whole extra value. I guess that's because I did that offset equal to 1 by default. Let's set that back to 0. I guess there is a reason it's at 0. Okay. Let's research all. So those are all at 2, which is good. Now if I do this, yeah, it goes up by 1. You can see it is fulfilling the item requirements and stuff. Okay, so that seems to be better. Anyways, it's not really what I wanted to test anyways. I want to test what happens if we do... Let's make a new world again. So when I research all, it's going to do the infinite research as well right here. Let's enable cheats. So these are set to 2. These are all at 2. Now I can do research thumper speed. Oops. And I just want to check the achievement. There's a value printing out an output right there, as you can see. And I want to make sure that that is actually waiting for all of the researchers now, and it looks like it is. So... yeah, so now once we hit 2, it's trying to give me the achievement, but it can't because I already have it. So yeah. And also because I cheated, so it's not going to give me the achievement. Alright, I just wanted to make sure that's working. It also seems like the research command is just works more like you would expect now. And if I put, like, for example, 2 in there, you can see that goes up. It went up from... that went a lot. I guess that's how many additional researches I do. So 1 will do, like, 2 researches. And then 2 does more. So you can get some insane research values here. Technically, this could crash the game if you put this up too high. Because that number right there for these items would actually overflow. It's insane how much it ramps up. It gets into, like, ridiculous numbers, like, impossible numbers. So let's do, like, collector efficiency. Oops. I want to see how ridiculous that can get. Like 7,000 things is reasonable. It's expensive, but you could get it up to level 20. So I feel like it's reasonable. Oh, and I hit the overflow. Okay. Does that mean technically once you hit this amount, since you're always above 0, every research becomes extremely cheap? That would be insane if somebody actually did that. Technically, that would be like God mode. Because you could just set up a researcher. If this is the case, let's try it. And I give myself a plastic and a processor. Does it just like instantly go? I see. Since it's already above 0 by default, you just instantly research it. So if somebody got up to this point where you reach integer overflow, you get infinite levels. Which is kind of funny. Nobody will ever reach that. It's just not possible, but if somebody does, then I'll give you a special building in the game. And then let's see how insane our... It's just gonna put 1 billion resources in here. It's gonna be ridiculous. Just instantly full. Oh, it didn't actually instantly fill out, which is interesting. But it gave me 70 items, which is just stupid. Yeah. It's okay, I can keep researching more. So something that would be kind of nice is if this actually printed out the current level of the research instead of just saying nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe I could modify that so it actually says what level just got completed. So like if I research that, it shows level 3 was completed, you know? Because that's always something that's been irking me a little bit. So that does to int. Okay. Okay. So how do we want to do this? So wherever that little notifier happens, I think it's inside of multiplayer setup. And it's like in research complete or something. Yeah, notify research complete. And I emit research complete. So there's something that uses that signal. So let's start writing down our changes because I want to be better about that. So fixed an issue where the infinite research achievements could be acquired with only one research. Also fixed an issue where the research command was not properly researching infinite researches. I think it's right. No, that's not it. Research notification. I would assume that it's in here. So it runs pop up, and then right here is where it does it. See, it doesn't actually display the level, which is disappointing. So what I'm going to do is grab the current level of the research. So data is that. And I want to get some more info here, so get research data. This. And then I want to get the current, like, I want to check if all this var research reference dot type, I believe. Now back into here. Or no, it was in research notification. Mod API dot research types dot infinite. Then I want to, or if it's tiered, then I want to add on, say, var level text is that. Then we say level text is equal to that plus data dot level, and convert that into a string. I think that should work. So now we do that plus a level text. Also, one thing I've noticed is that I, for some reason, have this a redefinition of research types in here. I'm gonna get rid of that. Say instead here mod API dot research types. I don't know why I wouldn't do that before. It just seems a little silly. There we go. Okay, so let's try this out. Hopefully it should work. So if I research mining laser power, research Starground research laser power, and it crashed, didn't it? Why? No level. Then what was actually a part of this? Oh, that's the research reference. I was like, what? We have to get a different thing. This one. And say if research info, do that. Say if research reference.type. Rename data to research reference because it's just much easier to understand. And then this one will be research info. All right, that should fix that now. Let's try this again. So I should research 4. Yeah, so now it shows the number that actually gets researched, which is very good because before it was really hard to tell what one you were actually researching. So if I research like mover speed, boom, it shows that I did level 2. Right, because we did 1, which gets us up to middle, and then 2, which gets us up to maximum speed. It's funny that it shows 3s, and like that's the next one, even though it's already done. So that's the only problem with that, because we don't have mover speed 3, we have mover speed 2. And like same here, if I research 2, now it shows 3. That's just because that's the way that that gets like displayed. Now also shows the level completed. I would like to fix that. It's just one of those little things that irks me a tiny bit, you know? It's not a big deal, but it's just one of those things. So research menu. We can go in here and figure out how all this works. It's been a while since I've been in here. So right here, we just say plus equals 1 for the preview name. So this is if it's infinite or tiered. So if we have it already, then we do that. So what we're going to say is as long as it's not complete already, then we won't do plus 1. So we say if research so this seems very inefficient. I'm going to change this code a little bit. Otherwise, it's going to be that. Now I can get rid of that other else statement. So if it's infinite or tiered, then we go into here. If we have valid research info, we do this one. Now I want to say, if it's complete, then do this one. Because infinite researches never get marked as complete, right? So it shouldn't happen. It should never show that one for an infinite research. But let's make sure. And also, while I'm here, hopefully it does, but does that button take into account the signal that we have for research complete? That's on set research. That's fine. And what's going on here? Oh, it's just printing nothing. That's fine. We can stop printing that now. What are we printing? We're printing the level or whatever. level, set level. What is it called again? Total level, here we go. And then also we need to stop running check research achievements here. Oh wait, no, that should be fine there. There's more places. The one in process, get rid of that one. Okay. So let's go continue into this again. I just want to make sure that the numbers are all correct. So welcome in. How's it going? Coding is so cool. It is pretty cool. I do think it's awesome to be able to like just create stuff out of thin air, you know, like this. I think that's one of the reasons I've always enjoyed coding. It's not always that coding is super fun all of the time. Sometimes it's very hard. But it is very rewarding. It's like it's solving a puzzle, you know? Alright, let's watch this. Yeah, no, almost. Okay, so it shows it properly in there, but just not over in the button itself. So, it's no big deal. We just got to also change it there, too. And I think it does a very similar thing. So I'm just actually going to copy this chunk of code, because we're probably going to need it. And then, it's wherever we add these buttons. Research button, I imagine. And then it says down in here somewhere. This all happens in process. Yeah, right here. If we're one of those. So I think I'm doing this stupid again. If we have research info, then do that. No, I guess that's okay. We just need to put that one little line of code in here. Which is, if it's complete. So right here, I just want to say if research info is complete already. Otherwise, we do the +1. And that should fix that too. Let's see if it does. Yeah. So now it shows 2 because it's been completed. There's no more levels after that, so it doesn't make sense to show the next level in line. So same if we do research Starground. Research pressure pump limit. It just completes. Oh, there's actually one more level. So boom, and now it just shows 3 because it's final and it's done. So it shouldn't do that, hopefully, to the infinite researches. So if I research bumper speed, boom, you can see since it's not marked as complete, it just immediately increments up to the next one. So yeah, that works really well. I'm just going to mark that down here. Made so that completed tiered researches no longer show the next level number in line. This makes more intuitive sense. I've always wanted to learn coding, so I think I may go the common path and learn some Python. Yeah, I think Python's a really good language to learn. It's really easy compared to a lot of other languages. With like stuff like C and C++, there's a lot of quirks that you have to understand with like how like dynamic, like especially with C++, how like dynamic pointers and stuff work. With Python, it's like just easy. It handles a lot of things for you, and I think the syntax is extremely easy. And it's always, I think it's a good language to learn with too, because there's a lot of, well, first off, it's a massive, I think it's the most used language right now in the world. So there's tons of documentation and help forums and everything. Like, and then also Python is one of those languages that has a lot of add-ons, like modules you can install, and it can really help you, you know, not have to worry about the hard parts until you understand the language better. So yeah, I definitely recommend giving that one a try. I use Obsidian. Yeah, I do use Obsidian. I really do like Obsidian. I think it's does all the things that Notepad used to do for me, but just better. Because I can organize stuff so much better. I can do like larger tiles, since it's all just you know, an MD file. The thing that I love the most out of everything in Obsidian is the fact that I can create lists, right? I can do this, and this for developing is so very helpful, because I can just go through here and check things off when I'm done with them. And it's such a minor thing, but just being able to do that is so crazy. Yeah, very, very good stuff. Yeah, Obsidian's great. I've had a good time using it, so. Use it as a wiki for my D&D world. Yeah, that's another thing that's awesome with Obsidian is you can, like, I do actually want to convert the Starground wiki into, like, I want to dynamically create the Starground wiki using MD files like that. We've done it previously with the modding wiki for Starground. That uses a GitHub repository. So I'd love to add the wiki onto that. It would just be so much better that way. Because if you go over into the Starground modding repository, the wiki files are all just right here in this docs folder, and it just works. These are all MD files, so you can open up any of these inside of Obsidian and stuff. It's just a much better way to do this, I think. I like using MD files. But yeah, I want to like create some scripts that runs through all of the code of the game and automatically generates the files for everything. So basically every single thing is filled out, right, inside of the wiki, and people can go on and just add on little extra snippets like descriptions if they want. But it'll have all the important information like crafting recipes and stuff like that, and that's what really matters. So let's see, sorry, I missed one message. Maybe I've always wanted to get into tech as a whole. Yeah, I think it's definitely a very, very interesting field. I've always really enjoyed technology and stuff, and just like, I don't know, I think it's just a very fascinating thing. You know, we have like these devices that can do anything, and it's just a million different like sub careers and stuff in technology. Like, you know, obviously you can be a programmer, but you can be a digital artist or like graphics focused, you know, focusing on like visuals and how GPUs work, and there's so many. It's such a enormous list of things you can do. But yeah, I think computers are pretty freaking epic, guys. Don't let people's opinions sway you on Python either. At least for me, most of my programmer buddies do not like Python. Stick with it. It's for sure a great language to know. Yeah, I mean, I totally know what you mean. A lot of people, for some reason, have this, like, distaste toward Python. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it is sort of, like, I don't know, easier to get into. Maybe it's just because, like, I don't know. I think it's a little stupid that people, like, think Python is inferior for whatever reason. Some people argue that Python runs worse, and technically if you put Python against C++, it would run a little bit slower. But here's the truth, guys. It's not really, it doesn't matter. I think people only use that excuse because they don't know how to write optimized code. Every single time I've dabbled with a million different languages, the language itself is never slow. The thing that is slow is stupid, inefficient logic. That's the thing that's slow. So don't ever worry about, if somebody ever says a language is too slow, they don't really know what they're talking about. Like, technically, yes, it is slower, but does that actually matter? No, it doesn't matter at all. It's just nothing. So don't worry about it. Python, I think, is a really good language, and it's easy to get into, and there's a lot of careers that use Python too, because it's the most popular language in the world. I'm pretty sure it still is. I have to, you know, double check on that, but last time I checked, I think it was. Anyways, sorry, let me read everything else. Yeah, Notion's good too, but use it as a notebook, less as a mind thing, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I like Obsidian because I just have the files on my computer, you know, I don't have to, like, worry about, because I think Notion is like a web thing. I think I've used Notion in the past. Yeah, I like it that Obsidian is just on my computer as a file. And there is the Obsidian Sync thing subscription that you can get, so you can use it on different devices and like store your files on the cloud. But I don't know. I don't have a need for that really. I don't travel enough for that to matter. I told someone that I want to learn coding, but they said I should learn via projects, like come up with an idea, learn what I need to make it, and go from there. Yeah. I mean, I do think that's pretty good advice. For me, it's definitely a lot easier to learn things by completing a project. I mean, you can learn things in isolation, just like, here's this little exercise, and those are fine. I think it's important to do those just so that you understand what the language can do. But definitely, like making a game like Starground, doing everything from start to end I just learned so much more that way, I think. So yeah, I would recommend doing that. It doesn't have to be this crazy complicated project. You could just start with something extremely simple, like a calculator, or even more simple than that, nothing UI based. Just start with the core programming stuff. But yeah, I would just you could probably just look up Python programming project ideas and like just go with one of those, because I think that's definitely the way to do it. Computers equals pretty freaking epic. Noted. Yeah. Every 18 months CPUs get 2 times the speed. Yeah, I don't think it's quite 2 times the speed anymore, but definitely it's you know, performance. I just don't think people like actually haven't made a game and optimizing a game. It's really enlightened me on how, like, what performance and optimization really is, because it's not just the code. The code is nothing. Like, it's all in the logic of how many times are you running the code and ways that you can just minimize the logic overhead of like how many times things happen. And I could optimize any language. It doesn't matter. Like, you could probably make a game run just as good in something like Java as you can in assembly or whatever. Like, it's just, yeah. Don't ever worry about performance. It just doesn't matter. Computers are so blazingly fast that performance means nothing these days. Like, everybody can basically run anything as long as your code isn't absolutely terrible. So, it means every 18 months you could do twice as stupid. Yeah, totally. Oh, man. God. Speaking of CPUs, I do still need to upgrade mine. It's starting to show its age, I think. But I don't know if you guys have noticed, RAM is being a little funny these days. RAM is so obscenely expensive, I can't buy any. So I'm going to have to wait until I upgrade my computer. For some reason, like 16 gigs is like $500 right now, which is so dumb. I was looking at my Amazon order history and I was like, I bought like 64 gigs of RAM for my Minecraft server for like $200. And now to get that same amount of RAM, I think it's like $800. So right now, if I want to upgrade my computer, I definitely need 64 gigs. There's no way that I'm going to be able to buy 64 gigs of DDR5. So I'm just going to have to wait. It's fine. I'm sure the RAM prices will eventually stabilize. It's so stupid. I think, isn't it the reason that competitors are buying up, like, it's AI garbage, of course. They're buying up all the RAM so that their competitors can't get any RAM to run their servers or something? I don't really know exactly why, but I think it's something like that. I remember reading it. It's just so stupid. Of course, it's artificial inflation of prices. But yeah. You know, wait so I can upgrade my PC? Yeah, I need to. My GPU is fine. I have a 3080, but, you know, GPUs are also extremely expensive. I just need a new CPU because it's starting to get old. I really only max out around like 4.2 gigahertz, which with new CPUs these days is not very fast anymore. Most CPUs hit 5 gigahertz pretty easily. So it would be very nice to have a higher clock speed for my CPU because not a lot of things are multi-threaded. I mean, it depends on what it is. Like, Starground isn't multi-threaded and stuff. Games usually are not multi-threaded. Sometimes they are for specific things, like Minecraft multi-threads their terrain generation and stuff, but usually the core loop of a game is not multi-threaded. So it is a good idea to get a CPU with a very high clock speed if you're planning on doing gaming and stuff. Rendering is always multi-threaded, so that doesn't matter, but models need RAM to process the data. Yeah. Yeah, it's so stupid, man. I'm so tired of these waves of things happening. I remember when I was first getting my GPU back in like 2020 and stuff, it was obscenely expensive to get graphics cards because of all the Bitcoin mining. So you couldn't get any of them. They were like twice or triple MSRP. And then now is like there was a tiny little period in between a few years where you could actually get parts at a reasonable price, and then now all the AI stuff is just destroying RAM prices, and GPU prices are still ridiculous, so it's just dumb. It's so stupid that every time a new GPU comes out, it's impossible to actually buy one. I don't know why it's... What's going on, man? And didn't NVIDIA just make an announcement saying that they're gonna decrease production of GPUs? That's also extremely dumb. Oh, man. I don't know. I hope that games start supporting AMD drivers better, especially with like creative applications, because AMD GPUs are so much cheaper, and they're usually a pretty good price, and they're available. That's the big thing. I'm so tired of this exclusivity stuff with NVIDIA GPUs. I think it's just so dumb. Like, I don't know. Anyways. You got a Ryzen 5 5600 GT. That's not too bad, yeah. It's newer than mine, so. I mean, mine is a good CPU. It's got 12 cores. So it's still very good for rendering and stuff, because sometimes I do video rendering, especially with Blender rendering. But the clock speed is kind of where it's killing me. That's the problem. And also, I really would love to take advantage of DDR5 RAM, which my CPU is not. It's DDR4, so. Because I have DDR5 on my Minecraft server, and it's definitely a big difference in speed with that. I don't know, just the whole OS is way snappier, so I would love to upgrade to that at some point. Anyways, did we fix all the bugs here? We did all the numbering things. So that's some of the bugs for Starground. There are more bugs that I need to fix. But yeah. Also, let's just reply to this message here now. Have fixed multiple bugs and made improvements to the pop-ups. This also includes the issue with your research. These will be applied for the next patch. Now I can mark that off resolved. Alrighty. So thinking if I want to go to Windows 11 or Linux. I don't know. I would like to use Linux, honestly, but I think the problem is so let's go. Hello, everybody. The problem with Linux is it's kind of like I get like choice paralysis because there's like 50 different versions of Linux, and I don't know which one to use. So I just don't even know anymore. But if Windows keeps kind of going down the path that it is, just all the AI stuff that I don't care about, clogging up the OS, I definitely will probably be more interested in Linux. I just wish there was like one unified Linux distro that was the most common one and that would be maintained for years to come. Because this is the thing I worry about, is I don't want to spend all this time swapping over to a Linux distro, and then a couple years later they're like, sorry, we don't support this. Like, they stop development of the distro. And you know, I don't know how common that occurrence is actually. I'd have to like actually look at the numbers, but I feel like there's potential for that to happen. Hello. So I don't know. That's one of the things where I'm kind of like, don't really want to do that right now. Yeah, this is a funny moment. I'll get that corrected. NVIDIA came out with a new supercomputer not long ago where the GPUs, yeah, CPU/GPU share the same RAM. Yeah. I remember hearing about that. Turns out, I guess it doesn't really matter anyways, though, since everybody bought up all the RAM. I think some new Mac studios do it as well, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just... It's so odd that things get so expensive these days. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's just gotten obscenely expensive for no reason. Like houses are so expensive. Literally tonight we were looking at like my mom's old house and it's insane. They bought their house. I mean, to be fair, this is in California, so it's expensive. But it was like $5 million for a 4-bedroom or something. It was like, what? I don't. It's ridiculous. How is anybody supposed to buy a $5 million house? And it's not even like a crazy big house or something. It's just it's a house for a family. 4-bedroom house. But $5 million. I don't know. That's ridiculous to me. And all the RAM price increases is stupid. I'm tired of it, guys. It feels like you have to get super rich. To live a normal life now. So that's too bad. Do I like Fallout? Yeah, I do like Fallout. I've always enjoyed playing the games. I've played a lot of them. New Vegas obviously is epic. Fallout 3, Fallout 4. I played 76 with Season for a while. That was fun. I mean, 76 is cool and all, but sometimes I do kind of miss the depth that it's sort of lacking in comparison to like Fallout 4 and stuff. Like actually having like more story and like quest lines. I don't know. It's a good multiplayer game, but I don't think it quite holds up to other Fallout titles. I don't know. Got 3 kids. Where that 5 million come from? Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. I don't know how people live in California. It doesn't make any sense. How are you supposed to afford if your average family home is $5 million? How is that going to work? And I doubt that salaries in California are that high. Yeah. Not $5 million high. Yeah, it was insane. It's like the mortgage is $26,000 a month for that house. You just can't. That's not the only way that people could ever own a house like that is if you inherit it from your parents or you're literally rich. You're a billionaire. I don't know. It's so dumb. Ugh. And the houses where I live too are also obscenely expensive. They're not that expensive, but it's still like, I don't know. I'm going to have to make a lot of money to ever buy a house. Let's see. You made Nuka-Cola? Let's go. Did you like actually like, you do like a recipe for it? Because no one lives in California. They survive in California. That's true. That's true. I doubt the average is even close to $1 million. No, there's no way. I think from what I've seen, just from job postings and stuff, sometimes they have different salaries, obviously, depending on your region. But it's like most of the California wages were like $200K, which is not enough. You cannot do a $26,000 a month mortgage. That's stupid. From Canada, housing prices like here too. Yeah, I've also heard that Canada prices are very bad also. It's ridiculous. I don't know, man. Tired of it. I really like how in some countries there's no real estate. Like Or like you can buy real estate obviously for yourself and buy a home, but it's not like a commodity like on the stock market. You can't like invest in real estate. I think that's part of the reason why real estate prices are so obscenely expensive. I don't think it's that we have a shortage of housing, but I just think it's just been artificially inflated because of the market, you know, of housing, which I think is really dumb. Like, we don't put like water on the market and stuff like necessities like that. It seems really strange that we would put housing, because you kind of need a house to live unless you want to live on the streets, but that sucks. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. My only hope is to make $1 billion from Starground 2. We're not going to do Starground 2. Shelter is a necessity. Yeah, I would say. I think at a bare minimum, everybody should have shelter, water, and food. And if people aren't getting those three, then there's something definitely wrong. You know, it's dumb. Anyways, fix some Starground bugs. There's some more bugs I still want to fix over in there. Like, I want to do some quests are unfair. Fix that. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see, are you asking who hates AI? I always think I don't hate AI. AI is there's some good applications of it, but also it's caused a lot of bad things in the world. Like, for example, making RAM artificially expensive for no reason. My problem with AI usually just comes down to like generative AI, either image generation or text or like LLMs, large language models, because I feel like those kinds of AI don't really contribute any value to society. They kind of just regurgitate information that you can already easily find by just like heading over to Wikipedia. And also at the same time, they hallucinate. So half the time you don't know if what they're saying is actually real or not. Because the problem with those kinds of AI models is they are so confident in being wrong. Like, they don't understand when they don't know something. That's the problem, right? So sometimes they just start saying stuff and they're like, no, I'm sure it's true. And then it's not. So that's the problem. But I think there's a lot of really good uses. Using AI for stuff like as a tool for detecting cancers and things that actually matter and improve people's lives, I think are very good. Right? So uses like that, I'm definitely for. Because it still doesn't replace, like, obviously if you have an AI to detect cancer, it's not going to replace a human being. There's always going to be edge cases where it's not confident enough in a diagnosis, and that's where you would need, like, it works great as a tool in applications like that. Any medical field, I think is good. Stuff like that where it actually improves something, but I don't think chatbots and stuff like that are actually improving anything. So, chat listening, I love you now for me. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's disappointing that I guess it's being exploited by large tech companies, right? That's really my only issue with it. I think it was because I used to be like back in the early days before there was all this garbage. I thought it was really cool and interesting, and there's a lot of possibilities, but now it's just kind of been commercialized and it's just a product. And that doesn't really help anybody. I just don't know what value it's really contributing to society. That's my problem with it. And we're just creating more and more data centers that consume more electricity and water and take away local jobs too. That's the other issue. Like, normally if somebody comes in and builds like a steel factory or something, it's going to give value to that neighborhood. Now there's new jobs and people make more money. But when you drop a data center down, it doesn't create very many jobs. So you're just kind of consuming all this electricity and space for no reason. I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to make the whole stream all negative, but that's what I think. Can make video games. It can make video games technically, but I've never seen a very good video game come out of it. So I'm not very worried. Some people always say to me, like, aren't you worried that you're not gonna have a job anymore because all the AI is gonna make the video games for you? But I think at the end of the day, if there's anything that has any artistic process involved, I feel like a human crafted product is always going to be superior. I play games. A big part of why I play games or enjoy art or music or anything is because it's like a reflection of the creator. You know, if somebody's making music, you're putting yourself into the thing that you're making. Like making Starground, it's like, you know, it's stemming from me as an individual. Whereas AI, it's not like that. So I think you lose a lot of like personality with AI stuff. That's why all the AI images and stuff just all look kind of the same. So I don't ever really see any AI images that look interesting. Because it's like, what's the meaning behind it? That matters more than just what it is, I think. Yeah, I can't make my video games. That's true. I don't know. I don't think it's very good at making any kind of games, honestly. Any time that I've watched a video or anything of people trying to make projects with AI, it just seems like a very frustrating process. So I think AI will really take off when AI is a part of machines, especially in space. Yeah. Example where a manned mission might take way too long for a human, but an AI, no problem. Yeah. I could see stuff like that. Yeah, again, I think there's places where AI is good. Like stuff like that, like if we're improving people's lives by not like requiring people to be in cryosleep for thousands of years, then yeah, of course it's a good application. I just think it's so dumb that we like companies purposely obscure information, make it hard to just normally search things and get real results. I don't know. Want to make video games when I grow up? Yeah, I think it's pretty fun. I've always really enjoyed it. I've been making games for a while. Of course, none of my early games were very good, but I always do really enjoy the process, though. What is this Area 3D? Oh, that must be for the slamming. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the cobalt sounds. I forgot. Let's start working on those. Are good models. Remember, a lot of what people think are AI are just LLM systems. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? That's why I don't take a stance of I hate all AI, because LLMs and generative models are just a very specific branch of AI. I always think it's so silly. Like, sometimes I say, I'm going to add in enemy AI, and people are like, what? You're adding in a large language model with Starground? That's not... AI has been a term for many years. It's not always the same thing. So a lot of predictive models are really good. Yeah, there is really interesting stuff people do with AI. I think stuff like predictive models, for example, I always think those ones where you draw text and then the AI tries to determine what character you're writing is always really interesting. There's a lot of potential with stuff like that. I recently saw a game that uses a model where it's like a game where you find sticks out in the wilderness and the AI determines based off of its shape what kind of weapon it is, which I think is really fun. There's cool stuff that you can do. Stuff like that is a good application of AI, and I wish those were the only applications of AI, but unfortunately it's not. So, but there's really interesting stuff you can do. I always like, detection AI, I always think is cool. All it is really just categorizing stuff. It's not putting disinformation into the world, you know? It's just saying, hey, I think that this is this thing. So, those are always very, very cool. they're not very cutting edge anymore or anything, but I think the fact that they are so accessible now is actually cool because you're starting to see stuff like that one game I just mentioned. I can't remember what the game's called. It's like, what is it called? Game where you collect sticks for weapons. I've seen it around. Is it this? This is like an Instagram video, but it's just called, yeah, it's called Stick Around. This is the game. But yeah, you just find sticks. And then you can do stuff. You can battle. Some of them are like swords and wands and stuff. It's cool. It's fun. I was working with a model once for use in managed services to assist in predicting system failures. Yeah, I've seen a lot of AI applications like that, like in industry. I think those are all really good use cases. It just depends on the situation, I always think. And like, honestly, I think that my opinion on this stuff extends to almost any kind of technology, but I don't think any technology is inherently bad. Like, at the end of the day, it's just a thing, especially when it comes to AI. Like, it really just depends on the way that we use them. The times where it's a bad thing are because of the people behind them and not the thing itself, you know? And that goes for anything. I mean, I guess there's some things that are kind of inherently bad, like nuclear bombs. But even with nuclear, you know, uranium and stuff, those things can be very good. We can create clean energy or turn them into bombs. The difference is just the person deciding what to do with it. And it's the same way with AI. Obviously not as destructive, but, you know. Okay, I want to get a little sound for this guy running around. We do have, like, the Aries sounds. But those are too big. I want little tiny footsteps. I'm just gonna look up footstep. This guy has little tiny twig legs, so he's just gonna be, like, tiptoeing around. These are all gonna be, like, grass and stuff. What would this guy be made out of? What would he sound like? His feet are just, yeah, twigs. He always reminds me of, like, the dust sprites. I'm trying to look it up. From the Studio Ghibli movies. I know these aren't a Studio Ghibli thing. They're just like a... Oh, no, it was. I thought they were just a thing in Japanese culture. I guess it is just for the movie. But these guys, so I guess they'd be made out of like dust. I don't know what these guys, or these guys are soot. They're like smoke. So they would probably have soft footsteps. Oh yeah, make sure we're sorting by Crave Common 0. Dirt. Dirt would probably make sense. There's a book called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Oh yeah, I think I've heard of that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty old one. Yeah, 1967. Yeah, that's pretty... I don't know if I've actually read it, but I've definitely heard about it. I should read it. I'll keep it open aside. All I'm hoping is that in my lifetime, Elon Musk actually makes the robot cat girls. I can afford one. Real. Yeah. God. Wood again. Gravel. Something like that, I feel like for this guy would make sense. He's not going to have like a big, you know, echoey metal footstep. These are way too loud, but if I made them quiet and shorter, maybe. Yeah, you know, I like the quality of these. I could use these and then just shorten them a lot and make them quieter, and I think it would work. Oops. One thing I'm not super keen on with DaVinci is all these different tabs. I mean, they're fine. I get the idea as you like start at the beginning, importing your media, and then you move on to the cutting stage or whatever, and then editing. It's okay, but I wish I could just hide all these other tabs and just not use them, because I never use them. I don't know if I can hide these tabs. I'm not sure, unless it lets me like hide them in here. These are just project settings. Because I don't want to accidentally open up like cut tab. I literally just want edit and deliver. That's the only two ones I want. How do I close this? Oh, there we go. Making a scary game? Yeah, this is going to be a horror game. So it's coming along. I do have some ideas for entities that are going to be quite scary, actually, and hopefully we can start working on those soon. I have an idea for the doorman that's going to be pretty scary. At least I hope. All right, so let's I just want to like shorten these a bunch. Oops, I changed the split. So we'll do like up to there. Just make them tiny footsteps, right? Maybe even a little bit more. Not too tiny. And then we'll make them quiet. Do I have free DaVinci? I have free DaVinci, yeah. The paid one is pretty expensive, isn't it? Well, it's not that expensive, honestly, though, as far as editing programs go, but, you know. Why pay for it? This one is way too long. Let's just do 4. I don't need to do so many. Oh, it sounds like a Minecraft sound for some reason. Alright, so these are the sounds we got. I think that'd be fine, and then if it's way quieter, you won't really notice them as hard, so... I'm actually gonna do that one there. That one I would put there, but then it's okay to have a short one. So we got ads starting in a minute. My apologies, gamers. It's like $300 for a lifetime license. Have you ever run into a situation where you're like, dang, I wish I had DaVinci Studio? I don't know. I just don't know the differences between them versus free. Because I think most of the differences are mostly just like online features, which I don't really need. Yeah, like exporting more than 4K. I really don't care about that. I'm never going to do more than 4K. Yeah, here we go. Studio only features. So these are all the things. I guess all of those. Layer compositing. Most of this stuff, like animated subtitles, is going to be from movie making. So it probably doesn't really matter. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Yeah, object removal, face detection, auto panning, voice isolation, some audio stuff. And then this is the other stuff that I think is mainly what you get Studio for, is like the collaborative teamwork stuff. You can do like a cloud project, and then multiple people can edit the same project, which is really cool. I could definitely see the reason to buy it for that if you're working for like, you're making a more serious project, but... And then there's some color stuff. Cutting and editing. I don't know if I'd really use any of these. There's AI upscaling. Noise reduction. And then all the AI stuff. Which I don't really care about. So yeah, I mean, there's not really anything in there that I feel like is super worth it. for the $300. Like, it would just depend. I mean, I think definitely it would be worth it if I was editing more often. But I'm really just doing audio stuff, so it like doesn't really matter too much, I feel like. The audio transcription is really useful for doing subtitles. I kind of wish I did have that for like, especially doing shorts. But I don't know. Is it worth $300? Face detection. Stereoscopic 3D is epic. But yeah. It is a really good price though, I'm not gonna lie. For all of that it's pretty good. Like compared to the cost of other editing software, like you look at something like Sony Vegas is like super expensive. I don't even know if they have a lifetime subscription anymore. It's actually not as much as I thought. I remember though, it used to be way more expensive. They must have dropped their prices a bunch then, probably because no one uses it anymore. Like Premiere Pro, I don't know if they have a lifetime license anymore. So Humble in Vegas? Oh, okay, nice. Buy now. I think it's only a subscription service for Premiere. So 23 bucks a month, I don't really think that's worth it. And also I'm tired of Adobe anyways. That's why I use DaVinci now. It's 23 bucks a month, you know, over the course of a year, that's 200 bucks a year. And if I use it for like 5 years, then I'm just racking up the... Yeah, that's kind of way too expensive. DaVinci is free, so, you know, it's pretty nice. But yeah, definitely, like, if I were to put the money into it to get a... If I needed those features, I would definitely go with DaVinci. Made by Blackmagic. Yeah, that's... That's the thing, is they, like... Since they're a camera manufacturer, I think they have a very solid understanding of... I mean, to be fair, I guess Sony also is, right? But yeah, they make awesome cameras, though. I would love one day to get a Blackmagic camera. Like, it's just that they're not cheap, especially like these. Obviously, those are not feasible. But you get into some cheaper ones, and it's not as bad. I mean, really, always the thing is it's going to be the lenses are the expensive thing. Like, just the bodies aren't too bad, but like something like this, just the 4K pocket camera, it's expensive, but it's doable, and it's just a solid 4K camera. The specs on all these cameras are always really good, so. And this does come with a lens, so I mean, immediately $1,000 isn't that bad, since lenses are super expensive. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. They do look great. They've got really good dynamic range. Which is one of the big things. One of the big reasons to get a Blackmagic camera. Because you can shoot in, like, broad daylight and then go into darkness of night, and it's fine. So, and I love how many ports they have, too, with their cameras, which is great. Because they've got HDMI and all these things, audio in and out, and it's very nice. I think these cameras are, like, designed to be upgraded with, like, attachments. You know, you put battery grips on, and it's just perfect for that. So... But yeah. Let's see here. I have a game idea. So, world where there are big water tower monsters. They suck blood out of you, and the water inside of it, it's the blood. You don't know if it's a water tower or one of them. Yeah. Could be neat. I think almost any idea could work given the right genre. So, if it's something that you're passionate about, I definitely say go for it. And also, I feel like should never really feel the need to wait too. I think I felt that a little bit where, like, I don't know. And then I just finally bit the bullet and started working on Starground and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I should have done this way earlier. So don't ever let your like age or anything you know, play a factor in what you're able to achieve, because it really doesn't matter. I've seen there's people that do insane stuff and they're like 10 years younger than me. I'm like, oh my god. Oh, so you get all 4 things for only $45? That is pretty good, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's pretty crazy value. Definitely a solid option if you're a Vegas user. I did used to use Vegas for a long time, but honestly, I just started to get sick of it. And the issue too is like, this is really cheap, so it's definitely like not a bad pick at all. But eventually, you know, you don't get free updates forever. You're gonna have to buy it again. Oh yeah, and that's also the thing with the Sony Vegas price over here is you're paying the $200, but you're only getting 23. So that's it. If you want to upgrade, you have to drop another $200 every time. It might be a little cheaper if there's a sale and stuff. I guess they have upgrade prices, but yeah, that's kind of not worth it. Yeah, maybe a year of updates, but eventually you're going to run into some kind of problem and you're going to need to upgrade, so that sucks. For DaVinci, yeah. I've enjoyed DaVinci. I feel like it's just a good middle ground between Vegas and Premiere, because I've used Vegas and Premiere, and I think I prefer DaVinci. Initially, it was weird getting used to DaVinci, but I've been able to fix a lot of like my issues with it, and it's pretty solid, so... Yeah, I have a nice Sony camera, and yeah, lens prices will make you cry. They're insane, yeah. One class Canon lens cost me a lot. Oh, I bet. Oh yeah, 7200. That's a nice lens. Yeah, I wish I could afford afford a really good lens. I would love to get one with a really large aperture, so I could get that like nice, you know, depth of field. And also, it's just really good for sometimes astrophotography is really good, and I do like some of that, but it's so expensive. There's one that I would love to get, but it's like over $1,000, and I just I don't know, man. It's a little bit too much money. So do you like the game idea? I think it could be interesting. I mean, definitely I think it's a good idea to flesh it out more. I always like, when it comes to game ideas, I think the most important thing is, first off, if you've never made a game, make it as small and simple as possible. Because I think if it's, I did a big game for my first game, and it's a big mistake. So do a small game. That is the one common piece of advice that is 100% true. And I think it's important to figure out what kind of game you want to make gameplay wise. I always think for games, gameplay is the most important thing, always. So, I would start thinking about that. Like, what actually is your game, and what does it look like when somebody plays your game? So. Set that there. Just getting all these footsteps exported out now. It's a scary game, yeah. I think horror games are kind of a good first game to make. I mean, sometimes horror can be really, if you're trying to make the game really scary, it's kind of hard. The thing I always suggest with horror is ambience, I think, matters so much more. Don't try and do, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare stuff. I think sometimes it is good to have stakes and things that can kill you, because otherwise, if nothing ever happens, then you kind of lose the horror element. But ambience really matters a lot, like sounds and just creating a spooky atmosphere versus spooky creatures and monsters. So let's see, use a Sigma 18 2.8 for astrophotography. Yeah, that's, I think, I was looking at one I wanted to get a variable lens. I think it was like an 18 to something, 18 to 50. Because I feel like that's like a nice range of just normal photography. You can get like a nice wide angle view of things, then zoom in for more of like a portrait focal length. But it's so expensive. Variable lenses really add on a lot of cost. So, here, let's run this again. I don't remember if I did. Then, where's it? Cobalt. There he is. Step 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I'm just looking at that lens up right now. Yeah, the one I want to get is, the 18 to 50, but it's 500 blacks. I mean, it would be really sick, like, to get one of those. So, maybe one day. But I'd have to use it a lot, otherwise it just feels like hard to justify the cost. Alright, so we're going to put this footsteps onto him. He's going to be a randomizer. Let's make it unique. Get rid of all these other streams. And we're going to add on his footsteps. Cool, step 1. Cool, step 2. Cool, step 3. And step 4. So now when we run this, that's the sound they will make. And I'm going to make the maximum volume really quiet. Because they're supposed to be like walking really fast, quietly around. So I need to be almost not noticeable. Now what we're going to do is just check frame change in here. So when we're on any of the walking ones, we're just going to do it on every frame changed. So right here, we're going to say footsteps dot play. And if, you know, do I have a reference to sprite? Oh yeah, dot animation. What is sprite? Yeah, that is what I think it is. Okay. Good. How do I check what it is? Like current. It's not auto-completing. Yeah, it is animation. I guess I never statically typed the sprite, did I? Oh, I did. Give it a sprite-based 3D. I guess it's because some are 2D and some are 3D sprites, or not animated. It's fine. So if it's equal to... Or I guess that's not the thing we need to know. I want to know what our animation type is. So if it's equal to walk, or animation type is walk item, then we do footsteps. And that way we don't care what orientation of sprite we have, so. Okay. So that should do all the footsteps. Just to test him again. Okay, we already have him set. Let's give him a listen. See, never tried Sigma lenses. I don't think I've ever used a Sigma lens, but I've heard pretty good things about them. I know they make some of like the top lenses. I've seen they make some insane ones. Isn't there one they have like a 2,000 millimeter lens or something? No, it's a 200, but it's like, I know one of the best lenses for like sports photography especially, but they're extremely expensive. They are like almost $4,000, so Yeah, I want their unit size on their footsteps to be very small because I don't want to hear them from too far away. We'll do like the unit size of 2. Yeah, they shouldn't be very loud. But so that works, I think. Oh, this is not intentional. I need to get rid of those. What it is it's this button. It's the down arrow. I just left it in by accident, I'm not gonna lie. So let's go fix that, shall we? We can just open up the elevator scene, and all I have to do is just I have to just like hide it. What is it? I have to add like a thing onto it. Or actually, no, what I can do is just this. I can go into our elevator scene. This is something I love about Godot and the way it connects up to Blender. To wait for this to import, but I'll show you guys something that's epic. Fallout is over 27 years old. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how old that franchise is now already. Still would love to play like the original Fallout games. And then you can select like it's like elevator, wherever it is. What's it called again? Arrow button. Right here. Then watch this. Skip import. Boom. And then you hit re-import. And now it's gone. So that's something that I love about Godot and Blender. Because now, if we go back into the world scene, it's gone. You can just selectively choose which geometry you actually want to import into the final scene. So you can have like a bunch of extra meshes and stuff that you export or whatever as a separate OBJ, and just don't import them for the actual complete model. Because I want to have that button model there so I can change this button if I feel like it. But now it doesn't show up anymore, so it's really nice. Yeah, there's so much you can do in there, honestly, like in the elevator blend file. You can also do stuff that, some of the stuff I love, and I've been doing it more often, is you can choose what the type is of the node of this mesh. So like, if you're importing an entity or something, like for example, the robot guy that we just did, I just have the blend file of the robot, and I've set his type to entity. And that's it. So it makes it super easy and convenient to actually get this guy converted into a scene, because I can just set whatever his root type is. So I don't have to have him like have his mesh data as a separate child node. He just is the node. So very convenient stuff. You can import animations and stuff, but I prefer doing animations in Godot. I just think it's a little snappier and easier than Blender. But yeah, it's pretty good import options. Like the rovers are that way too, I'm pretty sure, where they're just, I just straight up set their type to rover, yeah. And just import directly from Blender like that. It just makes it really easy. They've been bothering me for a few streams. Yeah. Thought maybe I was losing my mind. Nah, they were a mistake. Yeah, it's a good lens. We use it, or I use a Canon, and the RF had to wait till the official lens was released. Yeah. Yeah, I also have my main camera here is, I could say, Canon R50, I think. The reason I got it is because it has native webcam support. You can just plug it straight into your computer and it just works as a webcam. So it's actually a really good camera for streaming. Oh. Time to connect signal timer timeout. Ooh, that bug again. So this is one bug that I've been noticing happening, though, doing the direct imports, is sometimes it just randomly disconnects all your signals, and it's extremely frustrating. So sometimes you might have to manually connect up all of your signals in here. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. You can just connect it up like this, and then you can be confident that it's not going to disconnect itself. I wish it didn't do that. but I don't know how to stop it from happening. I think it's just a bug with Godot that needs to be fixed. But yeah, now I have to connect up. Animation finished. But just like that, now it's fine and everything's okay. And I think I had to do that same thing with like a couple of these other things. I don't know why like the navigation agent signal didn't get reset and stuff. It's strange. Like it's only on some nodes for some reason. So I don't really know what's going on with that. But yeah, it's definitely too bad. Okay. So for the kobolds, I want to do ambient sounds because I think it would just be epic to do ambient sounds for all the different entities. So let's start working on that. We're going to pass in some information here. So we're going to say ambient sounds. And then I also want... We could just do ambient data, and that's just a dictionary of all the information. Might be a good way to do it. Oops, I'm stupid. We could just do one dictionary of everything then. Let's try it. It would be just make the data tables a little cleaner. So we'd have ambient data in here. We specify streams. We specify pitch, range, right? That's gonna be a vector 2 from like 1.2. And then we can also specify time, which is a vector 2 from our minimum time, which is like 5 seconds, to our maximum time, like 30 seconds. And this is the same sort of setup I have in Starground, but I like just having it in its own section like this. It's a little cleaner. Alrighty. So now, inside of the entity script, also on Cobalt, I need to make sure I'm calling ready on the old robot. Save that. So into the entity script on ready, we're just gonna simply add in a new audio emitter. So we're gonna grab audio stream player 3D dot new. We say var ambient player. Type audio stream player 3D. Also, I think I'm going to call this ambience instead of ambient. Because it just makes more sense grammatically. Alright, so we add that, then we say add child, ambience player, and we can start specifying old stats. So ambience dot... oh, I don't know. What about... the bus? I think I just do that. And let's comment these out so it stops complaining. Oops, I have to do ambience player.bus. There we go. World SFX ambience player.stream. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and instantiate a... Oh, yeah, no, you're right. I just forgot. We want a random sound player. Audio stream randomizer dot new. Then we can say ambience player dot add stream, I think, or something. Yeah, add stream. And then we specify index, stream, and weight. So index 0, index, stream, and weight. So now we're gonna say for I in range, ambience, where we have entity data dot ambience data dot get streams empty array. We say ambience player add stream. Also, I'm gonna say if that is empty, don't add an ambience player unless we actually have data for it. Also not I in range. I always do that for some reason by accident. Okay. Let's just make this a stream. And set the weight to 1. So we can also do pitch range. And I think we can do pitch scale independent of our randomizer. So actually what I'm going to do instead is have two things. We're going to have just pitch as a value. And then we're going to have pitch randomization. I'll just call it random pitch, which we'll set to 1.2 or something. Just got here. What are you working on? I am currently setting up a ambience audio player system for entities in Deadlift right now. So similar to the system that I have in Starground, it's kind of just the same thing. Dot random pitch is equal to t data dot ambience data dot get pitch by default is 1.25. Okay, so that's going to set the random pitch. We can also say ambience player dot pitch scale is equal to this 1.0 pitch scale, and let's actually call it pitch scale because it just makes more sense. So basically all we do is we just define the information about our ambience stuff. So we say what audio streams do we want to play, our pitch scale, random pitch, and then also the time in between our first, or like the random range of how often it happens. And then inside of the entity script, I just automatically create the ambience player and load it with all of that information. The reason I do it that way is because it's just very convenient for me to define that stuff in here, and it makes the game more moddable. So that's why. Because then you don't have to set up this logic every single time you add in an entity. It's just standardized, right? All I have to do is just change some numbers and then it's ready for me. So it makes it very easy. And I'm also going to say ambience player dot unit size is 5. This makes an audio player each time. Yeah, it'll do an audio player for each entity that gets spawned into the world. Let's see, so what else affects unit size? Stream, set the random pitch scale, and then streams. I think that's all we really need. And then the last thing is that we want to set up a timer for playing the audio. And all we're going to do for that is say, yeah, let's create one. Make that a timer. So once the entity is generated, use that script to set up the ambient sound. Yes, and I don't have to create the nodes and stuff myself, which is what's nice about it. Also, what I'm going to do for this is get node or null. So I'll give people the option of, or myself too, of already having an ambience player set up. So if there's already one that exists, it's not going to override it and settle the stuff in here. So yeah. Well, actually, it'll set the stuff, but I'm just going to make it so that this is like... Nah, let's just... Yeah, it'll be fine. All right. So I think we should be good to go. Ambience player. We set the bus. And then we just need to add the timer. So ambience timer is timer.new. Add child. Ambience timer. And we say ambience timer dot timeout dot connect to a function that plays our ambience player. Ambience player dot play. Like that. And then here we say ambience timer dot play. Now we also set the wait time. Let's see, play will give me the ability to... I don't know why it doesn't let me say play. Oh, I have to say start. And I can just... It's basically inheritance structure. Yeah, this is just inheriting... This is a base entity class. Essentially, this is a... like a virtual class or whatever. Nothing should ever have this class as an object that actually gets instantiated. Everything will have its own subscript. So like... well, I guess you could technically just use this script as your script. It would be fine. But yeah. Okay, I think we're good here. We got the streams, the time. So now every time we start this timer, we're just going to say ambience data right here dot get ambience time. I just call it time. And we're going to say randf range. Okay, so we have to get this information. So var time is that. Otherwise, it's a vector 2 of 5 to 10 seconds. I need to use classes. The inherited node system Godot has is kind of wonky. Yeah. I mean, this is basically what... Oh, so you're, like, inheriting the scenes is what you're doing? Yeah, I don't like the way that Godot handles that. I always find it's very complicated to figure out, like, what's actually inherited and stuff, so I've never enjoyed that. But inherited classes are very easy to do. So yeah. And that's basically exactly what you're doing inside of a scene. Like, if there's ever a node that I want to be created for everybody, I just do it with code. And I think that's just the easiest way to do it. That, or I could just save the node as its own scene and then instantiate it and add it as a child on ready. And then I would get the same thing. But without having to worry about all the weird, you know, inheritance scene stuff. It's really hard to, like, uninherit scenes, too. I think it's just it's not... not a fully fleshed out feature. It's kind of problematic. Okay, and then also on this, I want to do the same thing here. Oh, and this has to be randf range time.x time.y. So connect this function up. And then I want to set this wait time equal to that and grab time right here. So hopefully that all works now. I don't know why it's complaining. This always happens. Yeah, and hard to make changes while keeping the inheritance. Yeah, it's a nightmare. So why is this complaining? I never know what this error is supposed to be. Is there a way that I can just view what the error is? I really wish I could just, like, actually see... Oh, there we go. Confusable local declaration. I don't care. That's fine. Yeah, that's odd. Well, it only exists over here, but this is a Lambda function, so it's kind of in its own section. I don't think it's accessing this variable over here. So I think it's fine. I mean, I could just make this its own function, sure. It would just be a little more straightforward. It was fine when it was one line, but now that it's more, it's, yeah. All right. Should be basically it. And I think once this starts a timer, it should go on forever. Each time we're just going to randomize the wait time. And I think that should work. So we get the time we added as a child. Should be everything. And then we start it right here with a random time. Yeah, this value is used for wait time. Alrighty. So that should be everything we need now for ambience. Then the final thing is just actually, you know, putting the files in. That error is annoying when doing signal buses. It keeps thinking the signal isn't used as a connection. Oh, so one thing that you can do for that, if you aren't doing it already, is you can just say, hey, Revier, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are we up to today on your stream? But I was just going to say, you can say ignore, warning ignore, because I've dealt with this a million times. Unused signal. And then just put this before each signal. And then I can create a signal without it being referenced anywhere, and it stops throwing the error. Yeah, you can also turn that off in the editor settings, but I do like having all the warnings on just so I'm aware. And then the ones that I know are safe and I'm fine ignoring, I purposely say ignore. So. But yeah, it's pretty useful for signal buses. I do that in Starground with all the mod API signals or the global signals. Yeah, Revier, what are you up to today? We're just working on Deadlift right now. We're getting ambient sound set up for all the entities, so I think we're pretty much good to go. I just have to put some sounds in. So I think that the kobolds are going to be like sneaky little guys. They're probably going to be kind of whispering, I imagine. Just kind of like... So... I guess I'll just start whispering. I have to turn off my fan. I don't know what they're saying. Doing space narcotics? Let's go. Sign running, yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah, your game's looking really good. Last time I read it in there, it looks awesome. All the multiplayer stuff you've been setting up. That's really cool. I always thought it'd be so cool to make like a, you know, MMO kind of thing like that. I imagine it's a lot of work though, like getting everything to work reliably. I could see how that might be pretty tricky. But I was wondering if you think Jim Bro's gonna randomly find. I think there's definitely a possibility. I think it's fine. There's no other game called Deadlift, so, and I think it's funny if people, maybe we add in some weights just as a funny reference to that. But yeah. Also, if you right-click the warning, it should give an option to hide the warning. Ah, okay. Oh, that's convenient. I did not know about that. Let's do another whisper. I don't know if these whispers will sound good in game or anything, but it's fine. And then one final one. He's like a little goblin guy, so he should be able to like... These are so stupid. Cobalt Ambience 3. I just think guarantee the soundboard because you do. We'll see, we'll see. They all have a reverb on them since they're in the World SFX, so we'll see what it sounds like. So it doesn't need editing, yeah. It's stupid. It'll be fine though. They're little goblin guys, so. Alright, 5 seconds to 30 seconds. That's probably fine. We got pitch scale of 1. We could up the pitch scale if we want, just so they sound like, you know, not so evil and deep voiced. Because they're tiny. And random pitch at 1.2. I think all this should be pretty good. So let's see if this system actually works that I just implemented. It might not. It might crash. Let's see what happens. Let's walk into the building. I need to disable the extra light, the test light. What I really need to do is get the play testing going, guys. That's what I really need to do. I'm gonna make a thing so I can present the game to Graham, and then we're gonna start play testing. I just want to make sure that he knows about the game before I just randomly at everybody. Oh, it died. That's because I didn't say .stream, .add stream. Whoops. Let's try this again. Will playtest be moddable? I mean, technically it's moddable. I don't know. I mean, the game's still very early on, so to be honest, there's probably going to be things that change that could potentially break mods. But if you guys want to start modding, you're totally welcome to. I can, I think for this game, since it's a smaller thing, I'm just going to put I'm going to make it open source. So you guys can just directly access the code without having to decompile. So it should be really easy to mod. I do have to get some systems implemented though, so we can actually import the zips for the mods and stuff like we do with Starground, so I gotta work on that. Hello, sir. That's actually kind of funny. That's actually epic. They sound like little goblins. I need to do more sounds like that then. Yeah, it is perfect. It's hard to hear them whispering. I know they are, but I can't hear it over the music and everything. Let's turn off the music for a second. Funny that you can just kind of trap them if you just keep grabbing their item and just like, I mean, that's fine though. Maybe they start to get angry. I think the whispering is good, but I just need more sounds that have more of actual vocal, you know. So how did I even do that last one? Okay. Yeah. Now let's put it in. Cobalt Ambience 4. And that should be good enough. I don't know if you guys can hear, but right now I hear the cheese time music playing extremely faintly in the background. And it's really annoying. I think I remember somebody was talking about how they were having this same issue with audio players. I don't remember who it was. But it's happening though. So we need to pause the, like actually stop the emitting of the sound when it's quiet like this. Um, it's like a character from Banjo-Kazooie, yeah. Where is that audio player? Background music. It's its own player. Posture check. Is it its own scene? Cheese controller. Here we go, cheese music. So, how do I do that then? Let's see. Because we have all the cheese time stuff. We say cheese music play at start. And then here's where we tween it out to 0. So right here, as soon as finished happens, I'm going to emit that and then also say cheese music dot stop so that it stops playing. Because otherwise over here, it'll be play when start is active. Is this something I keep noticing? I keep hearing it extremely faintly in the background. I'm like, it's not right. Let's make sure it works. Yeah, we're good now. All right, anyways, I can turn up our desktop volume now since I think we're done mostly with audio stuff. I kept it really low because sometimes you play a sound on free sound and it destroys everybody's ears, so. Kind of wish they frowned when you take their items. It could be fun to do, yeah. I can throw that onto my list of stuff. Make kobolds frown. That'd be kind of fun. All right. See, I think these guys are good to go then. Ambient stuff is working really well. So I can start copying this. So all I have to do to get ambience is just this, right? It's really not that bad. Everything else is automatic for me. I just define the time, pitch, you know, how often it happens and stuff. So yeah, we can do that for the robot guy if we want, like give him little beeps and boops. Because I think that would be fun if he, you know, made some other sounds. If he kind of sounded like R2-D2. But yeah. Let's, I just added all of the entities to the spawn table. So let's go take a look and see how it feels to play with all of the guys. Let's also pause the music while we do this because I want to hear all the sounds and stuff. Time to descend. Alright, 50% master, that should be good. Just change some key value pairs. Yeah, it's easy. Oh. Let's see, ambience data. Oh, it didn't get entity data, did it? There must have been some kind of creature that got reset. Is it the old robot? No, he's okay. Oh, do I not have defaults? No, I do. Can I merge all the defaults? Oh, this is ambient data. Duh. Let's try this one more time, guys. And then we're going to end stream because we've been going for 4 hours. We'll be live again on Wednesday. Alright, I'm going to try and write up that little presentation thing tonight. I really want to get that going. Just to give them a heads up, and then we start the playtest signups right away. Hopefully tomorrow. So be on the lookout. I can hear the robot walking around. See, this is what I like about sounds in this game, is like, it's going to give you a lot of information about what's around you. So like, I knew this guy was over here just because I heard him. And it's kind of scary knowing that this guy can instantly kill me now. I think I like that I added that change. Because it makes him totally safe to mess with the rover. But you don't want to mess with him on foot. He will destroy you and crush you. So he's just going to chill there. Yeah, signups are going to be on Discord. I'm just going to give everybody probably like another Google form to fill out. It was your idea, Sheik. Yeah, I appreciate it. Where is he? Oh, there he is. It's fun to just... It's like I'm bullying a little kid. It's like I'm taking his lollipop and throwing it on the ground. I'll let him be. Yeah, the hatch just opened, which is bad. I don't even know if Ares spawned. This is the thing, as we get more and more entities added into the game, we're gonna see... Oh, there's a hollow. We're gonna see sometimes we just don't get certain entities, which is good. That's like the goal, right? Or... There's another one of those guys. Yes, I doubt Ares spawned then. Yeah, this is good. My goal, obviously we're aiming for like the demo right now. And I'd love to get at least quite a few entities done for the demo. Like 10 guys or something would be great. We'll have to see, but I just want enough variety where like you could do maybe 3 levels and each one will be a completely different set of entities, right? That's kind of my goal. So I do like the robot guy. I think he's pretty epic. It's a nice, like, you know, I don't know, bit of variety. This little goober. Having like a 3D guy like this. No! Let me by! Yeah, if you're in like a situation like this and Ares is charging at you, you're kind of screwed. That's the whole idea of this guy. Is like, obviously he's not that dangerous by himself, but it's the fact that he kind of acts as a dynamic like change to the physics of this maze, like the layout, right? Because all of a sudden he might block off a whole path right when you need it. And so it kind of like, it's almost like the maze, quote unquote, shifts around the layout. Oh, it's coming toward me. Ah! But yeah. Yeah, I think it's fun though. And he doesn't crush your rover. I'm just gonna make it so he doesn't crush the rover because I think it would be... I like though that he can kill you, because the whole idea with this game is going on foot into the maze should always be way more dangerous than taking your rover. Like, your rovers are like a privilege. You have to take care of them, and if you don't take care of them, your punishment is having to go on foot to find the breakers, and that's where everything goes bad, right? So, yeah. So I want it to be extremely dangerous to go on foot. It should feel like, you know, a punishment. It's like, oh god, what have I done? Now I have to go on foot and I'm gonna get smushed by a robot. So yeah, all the sounds and stuff are good. Sounds are so important. I mean, you can even just see the little couple sounds that we added. Footstep to the robot, the kobold little noises and stuff. It really adds so much like life to the environment that you're in. So I think it's super important, especially for a horror game. I want people to actually listen. Sometimes it's really easy in games to just like mute the sound and not worry about it. But like, I want it to be a real mechanic of listening to where guys are, knowing who's about to come around the corner, and just different audio cues for different things that happen. Like if somebody's about to do something, they should do an audio cue so you can listen out for those kinds of things. Just like with the robot guy, right? He does his little beeps when he's about to fall. So stuff like that, I think more the better. Sound effects matter a lot. So, anyways, that's going to be it for today. Thank you, gamers, for coming in. Mute the sound, have music playing over it. Oh, yeah. Like games where you depend on audio cues. Yeah, exactly. I think it's fun. And I think at the same time, I want to have auditory distractions. I really like the soundscape of Five Nights at Freddy's because it has both real sounds that mean something and then sounds that are just like a distraction that aren't anything. And I want a little mix of that with this game, where sometimes you hear something, but it isn't actually like a real physical thing, and other times it is. So I just think that adds more. And yeah, with a horror game too, I imagine you're probably not going to be playing with music in the background, because that would be pretty weird. I've never played a horror game with music on. That would ruin the vibe. But and because of that reason, I need to make sure that it's actually interesting to listen to. Oops, sorry. Because I don't want people to get bored. All right, but let's go ahead and raid out. We got Velcro Beans streaming right now. We have not raided Velcro Beans, I don't think, in a while or ever. So let's raid them since they're always raiding us. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. It is 25% off right now for the winter sale. And 0.15 just came out, so there's a bunch of new stuff to do. Join the Discord. I will be putting up a post about how to sign up for the playtest. It's just going to be another Google form that just has some basic info like what's your Discord name, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's not even really like a marketing thing like I've done with some of the Starground ones. So it's literally just going to be a couple basic questions like, I don't know, have you played a horror game before? Just so I know, to get a general idea of like, you know, I don't know, the people that are actually playtesting. Anyways, we're going to go raid Velcro Beans. I'm starting that raid up. But yeah, thank you gamers. We'll be live again on Wednesday, 3:30 MST, as long as I don't have anything that comes up. And yeah, see you guys later. Bye-bye.